welcome back everybody to Galaxy Battle Phase 1. I'm MJ, I'm joined by Met with some funky scenery. How are you doing today, Met? We've got some great games coming up.
Yeah, guys, what's up? Right now I'm on volunteer orienting sports event on Obolansky district in Kiev. We take it from our university, so I just want to tell you, thank you for being with us, and maybe MJ can take these 2 maps or full best of 3 for solo. I want to be with him. I want to be as always for the great duo, but guys, I hope I'm going back soon. So I wish you good CS. I hope it's gonna be funny and beautiful. Don't run out, follow Galaxy and play CS, guys.
Wise words, kind words. Thank you, Matt. We've got, Flux versus GTZ to kick the day off. I think it's going to be a good one. Flux, honestly, they disappointed me a little bit in the last match that I covered of theirs here in the tournament. You know, they've had a little bit of a rough ride so far. They're currently 0-1. And yeah, they kind of got smoked by Sangul. I was very much expecting them to actually win that game or at least keep it more competitive. It was a 2-0, even though it was 13-9 and 13-11. It didn't really do it all too much justice. I think Fireflux played quite poor in that series, to be completely honest. So, yeah, definitely looking to get a little bit of vengeance today. For the other side of things, though, it has to be said, GTZ haven't had the best start to this tournament either. A closer one, to be fair, against TNL. It went 3 maps. That first map, their map pick, actually went to double overtime as well, so could have gone their way in a 2-0 fashion. But they've been on a really, really rough streak recently. They've lost, oh God, I don't even want to count it, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, I think, matches in a row. So really, really rough stuff for GTZ recently. But to be honest, other than a couple of wins scattered in here and there, Fireflux haven't had great results recently either. So, you know, a true 0-1 matchup, the battle between two sides that have been fighting so hard to just kind of find any success recently. We'll see the vetoes. Train and Nuke banned out first. It's Ancient picked by GTZ, Mirage picked by Fireflux, and Anubis as that third and final decider. Yeah, a couple of parallels in the vetoes, to be honest. Both teams sort of liking similar maps. Fireflux, they did actually play Mirage the other day against Sangul. They didn't pick into it, interestingly. Yeah, fancy playing it again. So, yeah, maybe a chance for that one to sort of roll in their favour. It's somewhat of a repeat match against 2 months ago. It did go 2-1 in the favour of GTZ, but another very, very close, contentious series. We did see Ancient in that one, where GTZ were able to take it 13-5. So we will have to see what's in store for us, folks, as we get into the pistol round. And I believe it is just me. I think Matt's gone. I think he'll maybe be back a little bit later. So don't think I'm hogging the mic. You got me, myself, and I, little old me, for the next couple of hours, perhaps. Snappy, doing exactly what it says in his name. A beautiful headshot to get things started. Wipe out Soulfleet. And things just really slow right down. Look at this. Nobody wanted to move a muscle. GTZ, they're spread all around this map. You've got Jay trying to sort of create a little bit of space here on B. More importantly, trying to catch out anyone trying to get aggressive or rotate early. It's not going to be the case for now. Snappy creating space in middle. Banjo, big headshot. Rafax and Snappy to trade right back. It boils down to a 2v2 after Dougie's headshot. Paz finds another. It all boils down to the shoulders of Jay. The newer additions here to this GTZ roster. He's had a rough time recently. And that will continue as Dougie puts a bullet into his skull. It was a decent dink onto Paz, but nothing more. I did mention the other day that Jay's rating since coming into this roster has been just atrocious. And it's such a shame because his tenure within this team, right? And there's no blame to go on him necessarily. I think it's been a team effort with a lot of their losses. But he joined this roster back at the end of March. They've played 3 weeks worth of matches. They've played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games with Jay, and they have not won a single one of them. So his tenure here so far in GTZ has gone without any success whatsoever, which I think is just a really difficult mental block, you know, when you come into a team and you're faced with that kind of adversity from the get-go. Let's make it quite tricky. Rafax with a nice headshot. Will at least put it momentarily back into a 4v4. That won't last long. You'll just see the spams both ways. Soulfully. Big pickup with the MP9. Paz following up. Soulfully with another. And 2-0. Fireflux relatively clean. They'll do all the lifting. Now they're coming with a little bit of a bonus round. So keeping 2 MP9s alive. They did lose 1 player in that last round. Won't matter all too much. I'm interested to see how they go about playing with these MP9s, whether or not we will see a little bit of mid-aggression, someone getting close on the B ramp. Try and put those MP9's into slightly more advantageous positions. Stuck in the corner, it's Paz. He'll be first contact. He'll be all contact. Sprays it down for almost a triple. 1 stolen away, but 2 will do. The crossfire. It's far too potent there on the B site. You'll see this go 3-0. Almost guaranteed. Rafax just wanting to do any kind of damage he can here. The MP9s will have the opportunities to upgrade into the AKs. The M4s will have the opportunity to upgrade into the AKs. There's Soulflu for another. Where is Banjo right now? Oh, he's miles away. He's not actually going to be able to get a rifle. Oh, that's such a shame. In all of that time when it was a 5 versus 1, I have no idea why Banjo isn't getting into a better position to upgrade into a rifle.
Yeah, you are wondering, aren't you? Hello.
Oh my god, it's Atro. All right.
Oh my god, it's MJ.
That wasn't on my bingo card for today. Hello, how are you?
Well, hello. Now it is. I brought around the technical pause. I'm here. I have brought in the support. How we doing?
This is your fault? No, Linko's disconnected. I think it was just a happy convenience.
A very happy convenience. It's just a curse coming through, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Coincidence. That's what I meant to say. That's what my parents said when I was born.
That makes us two, huh? How we doing? What have I missed? What's going on?
Not a lot, to be honest. We got 2 teams that are on horrendous loss streaks. GTZ more so. They've lost, I think, their last 13 or 14 matches in a row. They're having a rough month, right? Now, to be fair, a lot of those games have been in, you know, like the Compass close quals where they had a really difficult time. We also saw them in the Astana close quals. So they've been playing against some pretty big fish. So you do have to cut them a little bit of slack. But yeah, still trying to find that first taste of success with Jay on the roster, and things aren't going so well. They've gone into Ancient, gone 3-0 down, and yeah, Fireflux have, you know, kept this really clean. Hardly taken any casualties in the rounds. So yeah.
Yeah, it is the usual Fireflux. At the beginning of this game, probably everybody was expecting anyways for Fireflux to be able to come out of this one without too many issues, right? So,
yeah. We've got Dougie standing in as well instead of Sensei, but that isn't... Yeah, that isn't so much of an issue. Dougie stood in for their last few games now, so it isn't like, you know, some random stand-in that they've just found today. Is, you know, he's sort of a little bit better versed with the roster, but mowed down against the Pistols. Scrunk. Wow, making light work of this.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, standing or not, man. I mean, Fireflux are still having their individual impact every single time. Glad to see the Turkish duo still up at it, you know, doing work. Even against GTZ, right? Even if the Portuguese are having a bit of a tougher time right now, having lost some of their players, having, you know, managed to still stay inside of that VRS. They're kind of in the same bracket as Nexus, I feel like, you know, with always getting invited to stuff, yet still having quite a tough go at a lot of competition.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen so much anymore. With all these losses, their VRS rank has taken a massive hit, and they are very much outside of the invite space. There is a slightly happy ending to that. I'll explain in a minute, because right now, this is just balls of steel. You know, you see the confidence out of them. Even though they trade 2 for 2, just throw yourself into mid. And that goes both ways. GTZ are pushing through the elbow smoke. It feels so unnecessary.
It does, but
something down, right?
That one kill coming out of Paz now makes the playing field so in favor of Fireflux here. Dougie doesn't clear out the corner though. Rafa allowed to get out with one more, and this makes it a 2v2. But look at the HP values and look at the utility. Nothing to be seen out here for the T side, so they'll have to play this post plan scary, and it will be a denial from Scrum going in for the first. As the Germans looking in for one more, it is going to be Rafa losing out the battle, losing out against the MVP of the round. And it will be a 5-0 start for Fireflux here.
Skrunk doing what he does best. He was really quiet in their game the other day against Sangal. I was pointing it out, saying, you know, he's normally a player that puts up big numbers, but off to a great start here. We'll see attack pause from GTZ, so it gives me a chance to tell my story a little bit. So when they got invited to the close quals for the Compass, like Doha finals, right? Now, it went off of the February VRS. And at that time, they were having good results and they were 30th. They were ranked 30th in Europe and, you know, doing pretty well. So they got that invite. They went to the close quals. They got absolutely smoked, right? They went 0-5. Most of the games weren't even close. They got completely destroyed. Off of the back of that, they've gone on a huge loss streak. They're now like ranked no, I don't think it's as bad as like 65th or something in the VRS. They've taken a huge hit with the points. But with the way that Compass is, you know, they had all of these issues with clashing with the RMR, so teams dropped out and whatnot. They then had to re-invite teams and go back down the VRS list, but they had to do it from the February VRS, not the current VRS, which means GTZ was still ranked 30th, so they've actually been given an invite to the main event, which starts tomorrow, which is kind of crazy.
That's the funny part, because that's exactly what happened to Nexus 2, and I don't think they were the only ones. They lost in the close qualifiers, and because teams dropped out, they were invited back in. So, at least for GTZ, we'll see them fight against Matisse Sport and Spet Boom, you know, tomorrow in best of one. So that's... Yeah, they do. And if they fall here as well, then their VRS then is really going to tank. But until then, you know, this is a good proving ground as well, to kind of get your game back up. That's what you'd hope to see. But right now it looks like, yeah, GTZ definitely not starting off on the right foot, are they?
Yeah, they really aren't. Considering this is their map pick as well, you know, to be expected, you lose a pistol round, you lose a couple off of the back of it. No one's sort of pointing any fingers or disappointed yet, but 6-0, you do hit a bit of a crossroads now. They've got to start putting some rounds on the board, right? Otherwise, this becomes a slippery slope and can quickly get out of hand. If Fireflux win this one here, GTZ back down to low money. They'll be on the pistols. We'll probably see 8 out of Fireflux. And at that point, it's almost a little too far gone. No peach. We'll entry out into middle with a big pick. Most of the time, we've actually seen Fireflux double up in middle. So even when that first kill goes the way of GTZ, it's instantly traded. This time, that's not the case. And they'll have to escape with a man advantage. Not for long, though. Dougie fights right back.
Yeah, he found that one onto ramp already, so a little bit of control has been found towards B side. Fireflux are communicating and they're trying to take space. You get to see in front of cave, the smoke is already laid out and the Molotov out there for A main is already sent in. It is going to be Banjo trying to solo anchor this A bomb side while the rest of them are taking up space. This is a great move to have, but Skrunk has got to come big here and he does only see one. Now, where does that information get relayed to? He sees Rafa, he takes him down to 15, and what is the call here for Fireflux? Because you get to see Dougie had that moment of hesitation, didn't move back into mid, so that's going to be all up to Banjo, left in a 1v3 to try to deny this, and it's going to be Rafa connecting another headshot. Rafa doing work this round, already taken down 2. Dougie trying to wallbang his way to victory. Not going to work yet, and that is a very interesting way that Nopi is deciding to play this round. Leaves in a 2v2, and Dougie never expects the T's to already be pushed up in there. So Paz is left in a 1v3. Diffuse kit on hand, sure, but good luck, have fun. This one's not that winnable.
Only a flashbang as well. If he's got a molly to flush out Jay, then it would go a long way. Spots the second there in CT. Bites off a little more than he can chew with that big swing. So first on the board for GTZ. couple of little micro mistakes out of Fireflux and awkward timings, you know, Scrunk aggressing into mid there. If he'd have seen all three of them, that information would have gone a long way. But as you say, only spotting the one, it doesn't really do a whole lot for the rest of the team there. They do just have to kind of turtle up with their current locations. Banjo with the AUG again. I've seen him pull this rifle out a few times recently. I'm yet to see any real success with it. And I do question it every time he fires it up, but
I like it. It's something. It's throwing something new into the pot. It's nice.
What's that?
Ooh. Okay, with a start like this, you know, a single round can always just completely change up the pace of the game. So maybe that was it for GTZ. They're already getting back into the A-bomb set, and they found some success out here. They're finding some confidence as well, as Nope does manage to trade it out once more. Banjo left once again all alone. 1v3 this time, AUG in hand. He's spamming away with it. Now imagine he had an A1S, maybe that spray could have dealt a little bit more damage. Still searching though, still being fought back. The T side, it's moving back to B. They're going to be planning safe this round. They don't want to give Banjo any chances, and he's not even rocking a defuse kit, so he's going to have to stay back, watch the round count go up for the enemy.
I actually really like the way that GTZ go about that. Even in the 3 versus 1, it's so easy to just sort of get complacent and a little bit overconfident there to say, yeah, we can just plant on A, it's not a problem. Like, there's no way Banjo wins this. But yeah, to just have that sort of clarity of mind to say, you know what, this is still losable. This is still losable. So let's keep our heads screwed on. Let's give ourselves a little bit of space, a little bit of leg room there on that B site to get that plant down. Then we can focus on the fight. And it's exactly what they do. So 6-2, CT money shipping away. There is still enough to go for a buy here, but that'll be the last of the reserve cash. And that swing round, after going 6-0 down, might actually merit GTZ a decent half here. You know, if they can do it one more time, if they can win this one here, they'll be up against a low buy, and then all of a sudden this round, or sorry, this half becomes very plausible for them to take maybe 5 rounds, 6 rounds, something like that. So doing what's needed.
Definitely so. Well, with a round like this, I am also looking at how others are performing out here, especially for the GTZ side, since they have been hitting a bit of a low, since they have been struggling time and time again. I have not seen a lot of this J2S fella. I honestly just joined the server right now and I was thinking that he was a substitute. But
so he joined a month ago, right? He joined the roster a month ago. He joined at the very start of their big old loss streak. And yeah, since joining, he's played, I think, 13 matches with them, and they haven't won a single one of them, which is, you know, just, yeah. At
that point, it's not even about how he plays, it's just a bad luck charm.
It's a curse, yeah, that's what I was thinking. They've got to try and break it.
Oh, okay. I like how Dougie plays. He even though he's a substitute, he takes these aggressive angles, these fast positions, trying to not necessarily trade himself out, but make space, which a lot of substitutes usually don't like to do because they, you know, destroy a little bit of the team structure. But he's been tossed into the role and he's trying to play it as best as he can. Trade himself out here. And Scrunk picks up the op, so all's well that ends well.
Banjo finally grounded back to reality as well with the M4 instead of that AUG. GJ, nice shot through the smoke. Snappy's going to follow up, and blink and you miss it. This round's flipped on its head again. Fireflux, a short-lived advantage, puts this into a very awkward retake situation that I'm not sure they go for, to be honest. Scrunk just does not have the right weapon for this. Somebody gives him the opportunity, gives him a peek in the next couple of seconds, then maybe. Pass falling. Yeah, that's it. Pull the plug. You're right. The money is completely broken.
Yeah, I don't know why Paz goes for that. Just a little look-in, I guess, but that little look-in got way past CT. So at the moment he actually jumps into the bomb side, he hopes for the best, gets timing, loses out another weapon, and now Skunk is going to have to play with this AWP alone into the next round. And we have a... Yeah. We do have a common denominator of all 3 of these rounds that go the way of GTZ, which is that A-bomb site. Banjo's not been having the most fun time over there. the past couple of rounds. Even though, look, on B it starts off well, Fireflux managed to keep control. They don't really waver when it comes down to losing a player or two. They still take up the space, they still hold the positions, but they always seem to leave Banjo alone, and GTZ have been banking on that every single time. So it's worked out 3 times, MNJ. Will it work out the 4th time?
We will see. Last round there was no mid presence. This time there's a little sprinkle of it. A very low buy here out of Fireflux, just surrounding that saved AWP. You don't expect too much to come from it. You mentioned that Banjo had been very vulnerable by himself on that A-bomb site, so their response to it is to stack it up with 4. It's the wrong call. They've guessed incorrectly. It looks like they are just going to back off, try and save this, or they can get some exit frags with the pistols. They'll be happy. But just to put the spotlight on Dougie a little bit, they've kind of pulled him out of nowhere. And it's interesting because the couple of games that I've seen out of him, I've been pretty impressed. He's, shaping up to perform very, very well. He's looking good in this game. The last series that they played, he looked really, really strong as well. But prior to him standing in for Fireflux in their game the other day against Sangol and this match here, he hasn't played a game on HLTV since 2023, right? That's 2 years. When he had, a little bit of tenure with Eternal Fire Academy, he then played with the Chosen Few for a couple of months. But, he's this young talent that emerged in the Turkish scene when he was, he's 22 now. He came about in 2021, so around about 18 years old. And then he's just gone dead silent for a couple of years. And now he's back again and proving that, yeah, he is still very capable, and I'd quite like to see him. If this isn't more of a permanent thing, I don't know what the whole situation is with Sensei and why Dougie's standing in at the moment, but I would quite like to see him come back to a tier 2, tier 3 roster, because he's clearly a very capable player that can just sort of plug and play, slot him right in, and seen the confidence levels out of him.
Definitely, I would love to see Dougie in a roster out here at tier 3. But I would not like to see him here on Fireflux. I think Sensei is more than capable, and he's a great player. He's just been having not the best of luck in a lot of scenarios, not necessarily with Fireflux, but in the past team he's been with. But let's talk about that later. Sprunk tries to anchor out here onto the A-bomb side, but they completely overwhelm him. Nope, down to 1 HP only. Could get taken down by a flash at any moment's time. As look on down to ramp here, it's going to be a 3-man advance, and Soulfly Shadow betrays him. Maybe the second helps him out. Banjo trades it out. 2v3 now. It's up to the B-bomb side, and it's Dougie on the other side of the map with Banjo down to 3. They're all coming in unilaterally, all from one side, trying to help each other out, and they're taking their sweet time with no defuse kit there. So things are going to start getting scary, but with the back turn, Linko, maybe he loses the round, maybe he doesn't. Rafa last man standing, and the timer is still ticking, but Rafa is not connecting, and with a bullet in the mag and a defuse kit to go, this is going to be the round in favor of Fireflux after 4 in a row for the T side.
That's such a huge mistake from Linko. That's a real shame. Fireflux had sort of made some mistakes going into that retake, to be perfectly honest. Dougie was way too slow. They didn't have any kits, and it did kind of leave that door slightly ajar for GTZ to take the opportunity. But as I say, Linko just crossed in with his back turn there, unaware that the ramp smoke had faded. The first domino that crashed the entire tower. So back into a buy, final round of the half. GTZ with all the bells and whistles, AKs, that AWP, the full belt of util on everybody. Much of the same for the other side, but a lot of it deployed early. And an vulnerable A site, Banjo through the smoke. Will at least take one before dropping. But now a retake, and not going to be an easy one.
Definitely not going to be. Dougie, though, had the opportunity to get them back into the round and loses it out on the duel against Rafa. So that kind of puts the nail in the coffin for this one, but they still have to go there. It's the last round of the first half after all. And it's going to be Snappy taking out space, being aggressive. Scrunk punishes him, leaves us down to 20 seconds on the timer. As Linko is into the back of the bomb side, searches out for the CT player. The timing still, it was right for Paz, but he just doesn't connect the shot. Soulfly, while he trades it back, there is a defuse kit tapping it away, going for the bomb. The ninja's coming through, and no one's spamming him down, but the spray transfer is so close. Comes down to 32 HP, but the round still goes in the favor of Fireflux.
My, oh my. Good little recovery there at the end from Fireflux. You feel like they deserve an 8-4 half after going 6-0 up, but GTZ still keep this plausible 8-4, especially if they can win the pistol round. Still in the running for this, that's for certain. Now, I'm not sure if you're familiar with what we do here at halftime, but all the people typing in !Galaxy in the chat, we do a little case roll and we give someone a free skin. So there you go. Congratulations, Sorty. You just won yourself a Night Terror. Typing in the chat again, and next time we see a halftime, whether that be this game going to OT or in the second map, there'll be more chances. We've given away some cool stuff recently. There was an Orc Krakow the other day. A knife at the end of the last season. In fact, 2 knives at the end of the last season. So
knives. Okay, that's really cool. I haven't even heard about this. I'm surprised I haven't. I thought that would make the rounds on Twitter, you know, getting all the giveaway goers going on. There's a game going and playing, and you'd get like 1,000, 2,000 people in here just for the cases.
We have had those games. I mean, it's not. I'm not sure what the excuse is. It's an early morning. It's not like it's an early morning start, but we have got the MRQs going on at the moment. There's lots going on. So maybe just to slow it down at the office today. But Snappy dinked down to 1 HP. Yeah, doesn't want to overstay his welcome there. He will back right up and let Fireflux have the ramp control.
Well, we do get to see this execution going through. It's a great rotate coming through from GTZ. They're stacking up the bomb site, but they're back behind the smokes right now. So there's only one way to check out here for Fireflux up into the enemy, and that's going to be long. Timing in the peak, a 4-man flash going through CT. Remember the the flash on double doors where everybody just kind of jumped and went back. Oh, Soulfly gets 2. That is amazing. He was shooting at the first one. The second one hits. Soulfly, unrelenting, takes down 3 heads. And now it feels like the guillotine is ready, prepped up for Fireflux to deny this. But GTZ trying to get back in. The Glocks are deadly. J2S, last man standing. The USP does have a diffuse kit. They'll probably not expect that, but the way that things are looking and the way that Fireflux are playing, they're not taking any chances, any risks, and are going to be winning out the pistol round yet again.
It just favors the Glock so heavily in those situations when it's a single-pronged retake, you're taking the close-range duel with the USPs, and everybody's just tripping over each other, right? You got 3 trying to peek the same angle. Just butting heads makes it so difficult. 9-4, Fireflux pull ahead. I really feel like a win condition there for GTZ to get back into this game was taking that pistol round. Without it, it's going to be so much harder. I like the fact they dropped down to the eco here. They're not going to try and force the issue with any kind of buy, but that'll give Fireflux double digits, and then you really are trailing with a big margin.
Yep. In the moment, you do get to see those double digits come in. GTZ, they looked 6-0, you know, in the face, and they said, okay, we can still do something about this, and they clawed their way back 4 rounds. Not like the bell has rung, not like they can't come back, but it will definitely become a lot harder, especially in the economical front. GTZ will be having their first full buy after this, but this next round's important. A bomb plant goes down as well, extra cash out here for the T side. They could even choose to send away some of those MAC-10s and try to invest into another AK. And I think that's exactly what Soulfly is going to do. No, okay. They hold on. They're going to be playing the bonus here. So maybe this is GTZ's way back into the CT side. By the way, MNJ, how has CS been treating you these days? I've seen a couple of matches going through, and you know the armory updates and stuff, but I don't know. I felt a bit disconnected this past month. Kind of not been keeping up the pace. Has anything been going on besides PGL, of course?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, not really. It has been quite quiet, isn't it? It always feels the way when, you know, like with CCT, like having that sort of break between the seasons and stuff. There has been this disconnect.
Whoa.
There's been, oh my god. I mean,
yeah, there we go.
That is a big round.
A big round for Rafa. He plays it really well. Holds it down into mid there, into red room. I made you talk. I'm sorry about that. I kind of took away from the action.
You're all good.
Yeah.
That was an important round to win, though. It's a little bit of a bonus there from the T's, so, you know, they're not going to be, like, too heartbroken with it, but Rafa's done well to triple it up. But, yeah, no, I feel you. With, like, the PGL quals and then, you know, like, the MRQ and stuff, there's lots to watch, I guess, but for us, yeah, it has been a little bit of a quiet one, for sure.
There's a lot to watch, but I feel like there's not that much to talk about, besides, like, the transfers that are happening, which are wild. And free agency is now coming up. Everything else seems to be quite chill. Oh, that's a rundown if I've seen one from Paz. I don't know if you had the info or not, but he just stopped caring about the player onto cave and looks on back, locks in, takes down another one, makes this one a 4v3. But look at HP values before we head to Giddy into this round for Fireflux. Soulfly's down to 9, and he's still gonna get away with a free kill. There you go, 3v2. And it's going to be the Turkish trio out here, falling down to a duo into the B-bomb site, trying to find Linko, down to Long. How is this timing going to go for the peak? Flash just tells him they're here. Paz. No one had the advantage there. Just a straight-up duel. No shadow, no nothing. And Paz wins it.
Yeah, no surprise. He's just a little bit quicker to the trigger. Rafax. Oh, wow. Split second earlier, he would have had really good timing. Doesn't have a kit here either. But no opportunity to just stick this defuse. He has to try and isolate those fights. And with 35 HP, Loki doesn't need the bullet to the head, just 2 to the body. And he'll get it over the line. Round number 17. Fireflux on to 11. GTZ with such little cash in the bank. I commended them on their save after losing the pistol. Prioritizing that economy over sort of throwing yourself at rounds, but we hit a point in the game now where there's a little bit of a snag. You have to go for the bite. It's not a pretty one.
Yeah, that's tough, because in that round, imagine how much a single smoke a diffuse kit could have done, right? Giving him a chance back into the round could have played him much different. He had to go for those fights, left in the 2v1. It's tough, but that is just how the game played out. And that is possibly the worst outcome here for GTZ, right? They win up against the bonus. They have a little bit of chance to actually invest into the game, buy up the util, be kind of lulled into that, not a false sense of security, but into that, bitter security of you have high chances to win, but if you don't, things are going to turn out pretty bad. And now they have Fireflux up to 11. They need 2 more to finish this off. Well, basically this one, because next up, GTZ are going to have no cash remaining. And Fireflux are going for a straight-up rundown into the B-bomb side. That is brutal. And they claw their way back.
At least we'll take one. Oh, hang on. 5-7 doing a whole load of damage as well. Could have really done with finishing off his mill there. Now the numbers are still even. Dougie's limping. They won't know where he is. Banjo picks off another elsewhere. Linko will trade it back. No kits. 1 smoke. No real info, but good timing. It's a huge whiff out of Snappy. Unforgivable. A brutal time for it. Linko knows that they're both low. Swaps out to the A1S. With no kit, surely no chance. We'll tap this bomb. Doesn't even want to drop the smoke. Knows that makes the fight harder. And it's the timing again that gets the better of them. GTZ kicked to the dirt here in a round that, all right, they didn't have so much invested into it, but they really should have been winning. That is heartbreaking to rewatch.
Twice in a round, MNJ. Twice in the same round, in the same fashion as well. I am in shock. The fact that Snappy doesn't finish off that kill. He would have won the round. 9 HP onto the round player. God, that must hurt. More than the missed incendiary here. That must hurt. GTZ left to 5 MP9s, trying to deny this. Dougie is not having it. And he's just running him down, jumping at him as the ramp push will come through. Great movement out of Paz, knows his ideals, knows where he wants to play this and how he wants to play this. And he's playing it slow and steady. And oh boy, is he winning the race, because this is their enemy's map pick. And this is the round where Fireflux find themselves on 13. To finish it off in a 2v5 here. Nopi, Rafa, they've got a long way ahead of them, and one which clearly my pessimistic ass will not believe in. But, I'd love to be proven wrong. That is a very purple smoke. Or do I? Okay.
Yeah, we get that's the Galaxy Battle Special. CT smokes are purple, and the T smokes are like a little bit yellowy. But yeah, everybody always says this. Why is the smoke purple? It is just on our end. Don't worry. For the players, they are normal smokes.
And I thought for a second I was colorblind, but all good. Okay. Do they end it flawlessly, though? Would hit the morale really nicely here for Fireflux, even though it's already sky high. And yes, they will. 13-5, that's how they ended. Enemies map pick. And it goes quite damn easy in favor of Fireflux. 4 in a row, though. GTZ did manage to bring up onto their T side, as they do find their way into that A-bomb side, but it appears that was the only strat that got them ahead through these rounds. MNJ, how are we feeling now?
Not great for GTZ, right? Feels like this curse continues. And honestly, you know, when they went 6-0 down, you're thinking, all right, Fireflux are just looking much better here. It felt like it wasn't just the score that was going their way, but every single gunfight, every single situation. But ultimately, the big thing for me is when GTZ started to pull it back, we saw an 8-4 half. I thought maybe we'd see a little bit more out of them going into that second half, especially considering it's their map pick, right? And it just fell flat on its face. 13-5 is nowhere near good enough. And yeah, going into the second map of this series, it's Mirage. It's one that Fireflux are pretty good on. I really don't think, I certainly don't have high hopes for them to bring this back. We'll see.
Yeah, we shall see. Again, I don't think I have the highest of hopes either, but as we're going to be jumping into the Mirage, we'll figure things out after, I presume, what is going to be a tiny bit of a break. So
15
right?
minutes, yeah. Yep, folks.
So
we're going to have a 15-minute break. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody, to Galaxy Battle Phase 1. I'm still joined by Atro. We had a little bit of a switcheroo in that last map for anyone that's wondering where Met's gone. And yeah, an absolute stomp out of Fire Flux. GTZ just didn't look up to par there on their map pick, and they've got a lot to do here to bring it back on Mirage. Hopefully that 15-minute break has allowed them to recuperate and talk things over. We'll get a little look at the cams and see what the vibes are like. Sometimes they're smiles on faces and you feel confident going into map 2. Sometimes there's head in hand and you think, they're not looking mentally ready for this. We'll see.
No, what they're looking like now is locked in. Fireflux are looking to try to get this one over as fast as possible, and GTZ, on the other hand, they need to recuperate some losses, get back into the second map, and at least start it off on the right foot, you know, try to mend some mistakes they had in the previous map, and try to forget about it and just look towards the future, look towards the next, and that next is going to be Mirage out of all maps right here. So while we're waiting for everybody to set their cams up, set their games up, and get into the server, MNJ, we're going to be taking a look on out here on Mirage. Fireflux did not seem to have the best stats-wise as it came down to Ancient. It's like their worst map compared to how much they play it, because it's their most played map as well, only 34% win rate on it. But now we go on over to Mirage, which you mentioned is a pretty good map for Fireflux, right? So most realistically here, we're waiting for the 2-0 to happen. What are the chances it doesn't, though? What are the win conditions here for GTZ?
I think there's quite a few when you get locked out of your map pick like that, right? Obviously, getting off to a good start here on Mirage would go a long way. It doesn't necessarily mean that the pistol round is a must, but just that ability to, you know, come in with a different mindset and get a little bit of early momentum. Remember, Fireflux started off that last game with a 6-0 start. And from that point, it was then just this uphill climb from GTZ for the whole of the rest of the game, right? They're just trailing behind, feeling like they're chasing their losses and having to make up for it. So, yeah, getting an early lead here would go a long way. They get the luxury of starting off on their CT side, so let's see what they can do with it. Linko's got that kit and smoke rest on the Kevlar. It seems like they've got the right idea here, pulling the rotations here to A.
Okay, Nope, he's the one that has to hold down towards stairs, but it's Banjo to take up all of this space into palms. Already, it is going to be Fireflux planning away that bomb, Skrunk being happy with it, and everybody having to retake here with a single defuse kit onto Linko. He's coming in through CT right now, so everybody's searching for the flanks, for the workouts on the duels to make their voices heard. Yet Skrunk and Dougie put it down really quickly, and as the headshots from the Glocks again ringing throughout the desert out here on Mirage, as it is going to be a flawless pistol round out here from Fireflux, managing to plan away that bomb, win out the round, and again manage to show that they're the better team when it comes to pistols.
Teeing it all up as well, you know, saying GTZ kind of need a good start here. They had the right pieces in place. They were playing quite a vulnerable setup there towards the A site. You know, they just had the one player on the stairs, deep CT man, with a quick rotation, but ultimately playing for the retake. They started to pull those rotates in a little bit earlier, so I thought maybe they'd be able to catch those initial kills on the cross. Didn't end up being the case. They kind of got locked out. And with Fireflux taking that opening round and just the pistols on the other side of it, I don't think GTZ are going to force into this. It will be another 2-round start, but another tech pause, sadly.
Yeah, it seems that hasn't changed, at the very least, in the past couple of months. It has been getting better, though, compared to last year, compared to 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I feel like the tech pauses, at least for me, have been getting, if not as often, at least faster. I feel like people have gotten used to them, and they're just trying to figure it out as ASAP. And yeah, they have been going away a little bit more. Until they do, though. 13-5, going Mirage. Next game after this, what is it supposed to be? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Sashi and Novaq. Have you gotten to see Novaq at all? Nealon's new team?
So I casted one of their games, and they massively impressed me. I think it was their opening game here in the tournament. And they massively impressed me. And then I covered their second game. I didn't cover it, actually. I watched it. I watched their second game against Monty, and it was just miserable. It was like absolutely terrible. So yeah, I'm kind of in a little bit of a mixed boat with these guys. Actually, I tell you what, so it wasn't. So the opening game that I did cover for them wasn't here. It was in the Astana close quals where they beat Wild Lotus 2-1. So I covered that game. And yeah, they played it exceptionally well. Yeah, looked really, really good. And then, yeah, I had high hopes for them against Monty. I thought maybe they'd be able to, cause a bit of an upset there as well. And yeah, that one didn't even come close. It was really bad. It was it's a 2-0, but they lost 13-1 and 13-4. It was like,
yeah,
it was miserable.
Okay, 5 rounds in 30.
Yeah,
not even in 30, in 48. God.
yeah.
Definitely doesn't sound fun. Well, maybe the next game is going to be a little bit of fun, but until we get there, we still have to take a look on down. Wow, this is quite a panoramic view we get of the smoke. There you go. That's nice.
We got Wonder on the cam.
Yeah, he's doing quite a good job. Been enjoying this so far. However, unlike your prediction, it looks like GTZ will be forcing into this round. It's a scout buy with a couple of upgraded pistols and imping on even on J2. It's a risky choice to make. It's really risky, but it could pay off depending on whether or not they hit the right bomb site, the right stack up, and now they're all currently on to B. I don't think Flux are really going to be aiming for that side of the map. They're just going to try to clear it out a little bit. Let Skrunk do a little bit of exploration. I like the push-up though. Look at Linko. He's taking up a lot of space, allowing everybody else to kind of rotate away if need be. And J2 is going to do exactly that right now. Or he's going to think twice about it.
Linko.
I'm worried they've overcooked Flux. Like, they had a lot of presence up in mid, they're playing it slow, and now they're opening up in towards B. The stack is correct, GTZ do have a chance now. Let's see if they make good with it, as Banjo's trying to make a way across. It is going to be J2 cutting it on 1, and the 5-7 never checked! Linko takes down 3 on the pistol! And look at how that 5-7 is taking down heads and dreams for this round.
Oh wow.
So clean from Linko, that is beautiful.
Look at that. All 4 at the end of me and the rifle delivery boy as well. Tossing Galils out the windows saying, boys, I got you covered. Don't you worry. Look at this again. So crisp. Oh, absolutely perfect. I wasn't expecting them to force in this second round. I really wasn't. And, after the tech pause, they jump in with the 5-7s. I'm thinking, oh, no, this is how it all goes wrong. But they proved me incredibly wrong.
Yeah. Nothing went wrong out here for the CD side. However, Flux, everything went wrong. Why? Because one person couldn't check down onto the right side of apartments. So, you get what you paid for. 1-1, and a deagle on hand as Banjo looks towards Skrunk, who found already 1 kill. Leaves us in the even Stevens battlefield. Well, the bomb left on rotation. Flux have got the choice to make here. Where can they go? And GTZ, unlike Ancient, are currently 3-for-3, I'm pretty sure, on the bomb side so far. They've stacked up well enough. And they're ready for an A intake. Not trying our luck, are we?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you do need a little bit of luck to convert rounds like this, no peach. Decent pick up there. Desert Eagles trying to return the favour. Paz making a lot of noise here in the Palace, just trying to draw that attention away. So Soulfleet can emerge out of the connector at that kind of range with a Mac-10. He doesn't stand a chance. It's the Desert Eagles that need to connect the headshots, and they just won't. Paz throws himself into the blender because the last thing he wants is to be surviving and not getting any money there. Ends up going down to the scout in the end. 2 kills won't cut it for a force like that. It was double eco, so they had to try their luck at it, but it doesn't come up the way they want it to. 2-1, GTZ take the lead for the first time this series, actually.
Yep. And it's a very nice one as well. It's one where Flux won't be having any extra cash. They'll have to eco into this round, and I'm pretty sure the next one is not going to have full utilizer. or even if it is, it's going to be down to their last bits of cash. So GTZ, they do have the workings out here of making quite the rundown into the scoreboard here. And it's looking pretty clean out here from the Portuguese as well. So that's always nice to see, you know, these rounds where they invest everything, they're up against a low buy, and they just play it safe but sound. I managed to connect all the needed kills to finish off the round 3-1. And now Fireflux are going to be on that full buy. Let's see if they'll keep up trying to stay bomb side, or if they'll be playing the same mid take into whichever side they like, really, later down into these full buy rounds. Oh wow, look at GTZ.
Oh. A bit of tempo change. As I say, this is the meat of things, though. This is where Fireflux have to put their foot down a little bit and remind GTZ who's boss. Into this game hot. Oh, great nade. That does tons of damage. And they're really... I'm not sure what this like little buddy system here is, but...
I love it.
Very grouped up.
It's been a while since we've gone to see some actual, you know, team cohesion out here from GTZ. So the fact that they just switch on a dime and they manage to just play together, take up a lot of space, change up the tempo, it's nice, but would be even nicer to connect those headshots. No, Pete. Paz is going to take him out, and now way into the A-bomb side. The bomb is already moving in towards T-spawn, and it's going to be up to Snappy to really deny most of this, because Rafa is behind the smoke into CT quite deep in. However, Fireflux, they've thought about it. They've decided against a fast push, rather just keep them on their toes. Play with Banjo out there into the B-bomb, so maybe make a little bit of noise. Send them a scare with that smoke. And even if Banjo falls, they could try to entry on up, but instead it's going to be the dry P coming through from Paz. Trying to take down one more. Nobody checks into Ninja. How many does he find? Only good for one. Snappy, he had a power position there, and he only gets away with one. So now, is the round over? I'm pretty sure it is, MNJ. Rafa, last man standing, in a perilous position. I don't believe he's going to get out with his life here, but he can try.
Oh, yeah. It feels... I mean, at the end of the day, he's being flanked there as well, so maybe there isn't really any other option, but... to walk into the site like that, to throw away the AWP. As you say, there was no chance he wasn't going to get traded. Fireflux right back to winning ways, though. A little bit of a trickier round, but one that they'll convert. GTZ will still be back on a bite of their own. So 4A1S is out. Rafak's on that AWP. Say site been a bit of a vulnerability so far. Like this though. Low default. He's been left behind. Oh, nice shot.
Okay. How does this change the way into the game here for Fireflux? They've still got Banjo acting as a bit of a flanker out here for Underpass, but he is definitely going to be checked, right? GTZ have got 3 people out here in the mid. Rafa's barrel spotted. Taken on down, makes this one an even 4v4. However, J2 never expected that far, pushed up in towards short. And Snappy, trying to trade back his fallen comrade, will be taken down with him, sent to the grave. Surprisingly so. Banjo having great impact into this round. Definitely was needed from him. Looked a bit slow to start off the game here on Mirage. Now, could find Linko as well. And if he does, this round is basically won, because Linko is trying to hold this one down, and it's now to a 3v2. Banjo is having a field day right now in towards jungle. Holding out for the rotation. Nope, he's forced out of the position with the Molotov, with the nade sent on him. And he's forced to run away. This could honestly... okay, this couldn't necessarily be a save. There's a smoke, there's a defuse kit in play out here for GTZ. With the way the positions are working, GTZ definitely going to be desperate to try to get back into the same bomb site. It's not going to be easy. Oh, that smoke gives them a way in, though. There you go, getting a little bit more space. J2 gets a little bit of team damage going through as well, and Skrunk just snaps back in, connects on a headshot, and no P. Just going to run away. There is a defuse kit in the smoke, but can he find it? That's the question. Playing hide and seek right now with a piece of util is not gonna work out, so he's forced to run. The round is over. And just imagine, had he had the defuse kit instead of his teammate, had he not been the one to fall, maybe GTZ could have won that round, but instead it's Fireflux to take it away.
Yeah, finding the bomb is one thing in itself. Finding the kit and then the bomb on top of it makes it a whole lot harder. So tied up at 3 apiece in that 2 versus 2, or sorry, 3 versus 2. Really needed Jay to, you know, find a little bit more on that initial poke, but doesn't end up working out. They are now money broken. And Fireflux are right back into the driver's seat. These rounds have been expensive though, so whilst they do take 2 on the bounce, there is still not going to be tons of cash in the reserves. They could do with having a clean one here. The MP9 looks to try and deny that. Paz is a little too crisp. Won't be given any trouble there. Doesn't even take a point of damage.
Doesn't need to. So far, though, the rounds that have been working out very well for Fireflux have been the very mid-centric ones. We've seen them, you know, take up a lot of space and just let GTZ kind of think their way through the game, overwork it. And now, wow, with a Glock, really, Banjo. You had a whole AK at your disposal. Yet he decides to spam him down with a sidearm. That's gonna be the 4th on the board out here. Fireflux make it quite clean. Only Skunk to be taken out here up against the pistols. And GTZ will be having another one of their full buys ready to go. Rafa still on the AWP. And so far, Rafa with that op has been playing connector, right? So I'm definitely sure that Fireflux could be picking up on this, could be going in for a connector smoke, maybe a window smoke, hit themselves into B fast. They're trying to run for something into B a little bit faster. They're not really pressing the shift key either. Now they have started to. Okay. Thought we might have gotten to see a little bit of action out here early into the round.
Ooh. There's a little taste, a little teaser. Damage onto Banjo. Util has been pretty good so far, actually. Been taking big chunks out of players early doors. Oh, running about 40 seconds on this clock. There's another one. There you go. There's the contact. Snappy with a kill elsewhere. And now they know that they're barreling towards B. Good bit of support from Jay on short.
Oh, missed. Banjo doesn't drop down. Might have saved his life here. 2v5. No one expects J2 still. Banjo finally takes him out. Dougie's in right behind him, though. And from a 2v5 turns 2v3, still possible out here for Dougie and Banjo to work with. However, Linko to the back of the bomb site. Going to stay alive and stay snappy with it as well, as he manages to connect on both of the remaining players out here for the T side. Brings it back around here for GTZ. 4-4 is the scoreline. And yeah, I mean, it was a fair attempt from the remaining 2 players out there on the B-bomb site, but still, that first contact, as you mentioned, out into connector, doesn't really do a whole lot for Fireflux.
Does not indeed. He's tied back up then. GTZ, they didn't really get much of an opportunity to play a CT side there on Ancient. Money was kind of broken throughout their tenure, and obviously they were 10-4 down before they could even really blink. So showing us that there is a little bit more cohesion here on their defense, and perhaps could bring something to the table that's better than just 4 rounds. Fireflux looking to deny that exact fact. So early advantage out of them.
Yeah, pretty nasty kill on connector. You should be expecting a second player there coming through from A, but it all depends on the timing here. And speaking of timing, Snappy doesn't like it because Soulfly just managed to find his way in towards jungle. Slippery fella that he is, managed to stay alive as well. And Nope, last man standing, sure connects on a headshot, but that's not enough. Oh, Soulfly again had so much impact in the previous map, and now he's keeping it up as well here. Showing why he's the best rifler on the team at the very least. Don't think there was ever contention for that, right? Maybe it was Banjo coming through and having a lot of good games as well, kind of being that second star on the rifle, I mean, here for Fireflux, but it was always supposed to be Soulfly connecting those headshots, connecting those big multi-frag rounds. That's what he's known for. That's what he's brought on here for. And that's how he is showing up almost every single day when I see Fireflux.
Yeah, he's good at that. That's what he brings to the table, for sure. Pistols actually getting a fair bit of damage out of this. Should still be a comfortable Fireflux round. As long as they play this together, the last thing you want here is to split up and give individual fights to this 5.7 or P250. You certainly don't want to be walking through a smoke and giving him any advantageous gunfight. Rafak's just here in the corner. And we'll wait for it to fade. Dougie scoped in with that orb. Who will be that first point of contact? Oh. It will be the P250 for the Dink at that close range. It does 95, but it's not lethal. Now all on to Snappy.
All he needs to do is just find an extra frag. If Banjo goes down here, it's an amazing eco round here for GTZ. And oh my goodness, he might actually have the round too. A 5.7 in hand. Remember, it's happened once before, but it's not going to happen again. Nice try, though.
A nice try indeed. I mean, a tough one, because in hindsight, once he stops that bomb plant, there's no need to keep facing the AWP. He had the information that one was low, and, well, he should have known that it wasn't the AWPer, but maybe, you know, there's that little window where they could switch around. It would have made sense to swap the AWP onto the low HP player as well, so maybe that was the justification behind that fight, thinking that the man that was dinked had swapped to the sniper, and you can find that one bullet onto him. Then he knows that the second's under Balk and he can just play with the timer. Difficult to scrutinize in situations like that, though. They only had pistols. They found 3 kills and nearly taken a round. Stalin's fall apart a little bit, though. 6-4. This buy round means a whole lot here for GTZ.
It could turn into another one of those situations that we got to see on Ancient. Maybe not as one-sided as it looked back on the first map, but still an 8-4 is not impossible. What a flick out of Rafa, though. That is beautiful. Stays very much alive. Sends Dougie to the grave. Soulfly could meet the same fate out here depending on how Snappy peaks. And there's the timing. There's the kill. Snappy connects on the top rifler there. It's a 3v5 left towards the A-bomb side where the bomb is quite a ways away. And Paz, he's just trying to take up this space up in towards connector. All, again, depends on Snappy on how he clears. And of course he clears. It's Snappy, and he is feeling quite good today. 2v4. And with 40 seconds left, GTZ could be thinking it could be a B rotate. You get to see J2 kind of sending a look into the B-bomb site. But no one's moving an inch. No one's making a sound. Gotta be careful about this, because the first bullet dropped is gonna be the first man killed, and Skrunk with an AWP in hand. He's trying to make it work, but Banjo's helping him out. 20 seconds now, the timer is running away. You need some support, you need some saving grace, and it is gonna be the AWP checking in for CT, but not connecting on the frag. Banjo needs to do too much all by himself. Would have needed the ace to win it. It's a nice try out of Banjo, but in the end, it's a GTZ round.
Wow, okay. Much needed GTZ round as well. Otherwise, they were staring right down the barrel of another 8-4 half, and just heartbreak at the core of this terrible loss streak. Another series not going their way. This just doesn't get any easier, does it? But they are still in this one. Fairly low buy here for Fireflux. Everything they can muster. It's the last round of the half, but Skrunk's on a Tech 9. The rest without too much cash to work with. It gets tricky.
Okay. Well, it is a very important round nonetheless. Fireflux should be happy with the 6 rounds they've got, but would love to have the 7th here moving into their CT side of their own map pick. Snappy, though, again, might be the difference maker, already starting off into the round. Lots of bodies next to him, yet he knows nothing. Doesn't smell them. Minute left. Fireflux, definitely a team that love to take their time when they can, when they're not forced to. Snappy. He does have information. There's 2 on middle from all he knows. Do you reckon they're gonna do anything with that information though? Oh, here it is. Dougie, what is this? No flash, no nothing. Snappy allowed to get away with 2. Oh my goodness, and Paz brings it back. Wait a moment, the round's not over. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. 20 seconds, 1v3, Skrunk on an MP9. Good luck, have fun, buddy. But the op is gonna miss. Oh. He's got another chance. The burst comes through, Tech 9 in hand, and it's an A1S to end it. Oh, wacky round out here from both Fireflux and GTZ, but in the end, it's gonna be an even Stevens half.
Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Very good recovery. We go 6-6. As I said, GTZ, that was a bit of a must just to kind of stay afloat.
There you go, Lancerino. Getting yourself a rapid eye movement, an REM. Not a bad skin. For people who still do play the FAMAS.
Yeah.
Which has been an increase, okay? Has been an increase. Ever since they fixed it. Quote unquote. It's much more viable. Remember, there was that whole fad right after the patch went live where a lot of teams did start to pick it back up just to be like, oh yeah, it's viable, you can work it out, and then we never got to see it again for like a couple of months.
Yeah. It happens, doesn't it?
And then we were back to just saying, oh, there's a FAMAS. That's not a good idea, but okay.
I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but it's certainly not my favorite weapon. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. CT side now, a chance out here for Fireflux to bring it all back, and that's exactly what they do. They're pistol merchants out here, Fireflux, aren't they? Ooh. They're hitting all the headshots. Where was this with the AK? There you go. Paz and Soulfly, they just clean up house here. And the round, ever since the first W key was pressed, I don't think took more than 40 seconds.
Right back to winning ways, GTZ, just when they think that they've kind of put their foot back in the door. Have a chance to make a statement here. And take us to a third map, and even if it's not win their first series of the month, but maybe just a step towards it. It'd be something, but currently being denied that as well. Banjo sees him coming. Nade will miss the mark. Fully blinded. Tech9's overwhelmed. This A1S needs to go big at the back of the site, but Paz, just too many targets to choose from. Land another ding. Gazzle Soulfly. So much damage being inflicted, but the numbers heavily lean in the T's favor.
Okay, yeah, but they are low. J2 doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. He peeks out once he's dead. Skrunks and Dougie trying to make their way back. One spotted in towards bench and the other out into apartments. Where's the third, you reckon? And Dougie has got to search for him out, but there is no defuse kit out here, and it's going to be a fast play back into the bomb site if you want to win the round. A1S is on lockdown, trying to keep this one alive, and No Peace saying no to that one. It's going to be the end of the round. It's going to be Dougie trying to stay alive or take some with him, because that is how GTZ managed to win up on the force buy. Well played.
Played indeed. It is a huge pickup, and honestly, kind of comes off of the back of maybe not the whiffed nade from Banjo. I think that's just unlucky, but yeah, the fact that in trying to throw that HE, he then gets blinded by the flash. He then gets completely overwhelmed. Also, it comes crumbling down from there. Back onto a force of their own. A double ecos, they have to be, but I've got to try and give them a taste of their own medicine here.
Could have been the first one to spot something out. Soulfly, though, on the pistol, not going to do a lot. And here's that FAMAS we were talking about. Skrunk does manage to make it work. Banjo takes a little bit too much time to try to bargain for it. He's going to take a little bit of extra damage from the utility. And now the CT's forced by. Looking better in the numerical front, but on their HP values, definitely wouldn't say so. And GTZ going back towards the A-bomb site here. You reckon Paz has heard anything? Not yet.
I'm not sure. This is still very winnable either way. Timing is so important, and whilst Paz does get timing in his favor, he just doesn't really have the right weapon to deal with it. That's not necessarily a whiff shot. It's just a real hard one to hit, especially with the back turn. That one's a tricky one too, but makes light work of it. Jay dispatched of. Now it is Rafax and OP. They will alleviate this time pressure as they get that bomb down, but nonetheless, it's a 4v2, and it's a tough ask.
But not an impossible one. Rafa needs to hold it down. In towards jungle, he'll hear one in towards connector. If they play it well on the timings, they could have dealt with this. However, the reload comes through. Nopi takes down 2, and that is the end of the round. What a 2v4 out here out of Rafa and Nopi. Just finding headshots, taking names, and kicking some bubblegum right now because it's 8-7. An attack pause again out of Flux. They've been the only ones sending these out. Don't think I've seen a single one out of GTZ yet.
Yeah, I think that says quite a lot as well, considering GTZ are the ones that have been having trouble, I feel, so far in this series.
Yeah.
Always love a team that can sort of stay composed and call that pause, talk things over, recognize when things are going wrong. I think it's so easy for anyone that does or has played competitive CS on any level to just get so kind of tunnel visioned in a game that you don't even realize when the going's getting tough. And it's only at the end when you've lost it, you then go, oh, wow, that kind of went by in a flash. And you start to think of all of the moments, all of those key swing rounds where you probably should have called a pause and you didn't. And now, you know, it's too late. You've lost that opportunity. So,
yeah, but sadly, that's not always the job of the players on the server. That's sometimes the job of the players outside the server, for the coach, for the assistant, to be like, hey, things are going from bad to worse here. We need a break. We need a timeout. However, let's take a look at this round, because it's still not over. Okay. That is going to be Rafa taking down his own teammate. 2v2 remaining. AK in the hands of Paz. This was a USP round, by the way. And now Paz is left in a 1v2. That genuinely isn't impossible.
yeah, it feels winnable.
Making a lot of noise.
Well, he was running around the edge. They haven't heard him. The fact that they're still holding Con here means they haven't heard him. He was running around the right-hand side of that wall. Just to change the radius in which those footsteps could be heard. He's got an AK, and Linko's low. He knows that it's planning reverse triple. He won't necessarily know that Rafax hasn't crossed, but there's a freebie. That's onto the full HP player. Now it just comes down to a matter of one bullet. If Paz takes the bullet, then even though he'll need 2 to kill him, that crosshair will go sky high. The aim punch will be a problem. The other way, Linko will just be dead to rights, but yeah, he's called the bluff. That is balls of steel from Linko. Knows that on an eco round, there's no chance Paz has got a kit, so unlikely to just be holding the full 10-seconder. There's no right way to play that, but for an eco round, Paz has gone nuclear. They've done a huge amount of damage.
You can reiterate that. That was an eco round. Those were full USPs being handed out over there from Flux to GTZ. And it was the betrayal out there from Rafa. It was GTZ only running out of ramp there thinking, oh, it's just pistols, right? What's the worst that can happen? That's the worst that can happen. About to lose the round because of it. And I mean, genuinely, in that scenario, if Squunk had the... not if Squunk, if Paz has called out the Linko bluff there and just actually held down the defuse, I think he would have had time.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know. It's difficult. I wasn't sort of mentally counting in my head there, but yeah, that absolutely could have gone wrong there. But I do think it's a fairly safe call. I think it's a fairly safe call in those situations to assume that if they haven't got a kit, they're not holding the full 10-seconder. It's easier said than done when you're in that position, your heart's racing, and you're thinking, God, I do not want to be made a fool of here. You know, it's already embarrassing enough that we're about to lose the eco. This would be like disaster if I don't peek and he's just full 10-seconded on me. But
yeah, well, at the very least, they still do manage to win out the round, even though it comes at a big cost. And at least we can rule out the possibility of a rage quit here for J2, right? It's just a technical. He's going to come back. No one hit his monitor. Can you count more than one time where you've seen like an actual rage quit on live happen?
I've had. Right, so there was one, and it wasn't like, yeah, we'll call it a rage quit. I've had one where it was on Inferno, and Nikados was last alive. It was a 1v1 clutch, and the player held the defuse. It was planted for Banana. He had an AWP, and they smoked Banana and held the defuse, and he was spamming shots, and he didn't connect it. Basically, like couldn't get the diffuser off of it. Lost the round, and I think he like punched the desk or something because he knocked over like a glass of water. And then we had to go to a technical pause. The cameras then switched, and it was him running in with like a load of paper towel, trying to like mop it all up. So there was that, but I don't think I've seen anything other than that. I don't think I've ever seen like, you know, someone like breaking their monitor. I have once, semi-accidentally.
Semi-accidentally, good one, yeah.
Yeah, I died. I can't remember. I don't know if it was a face it bug or something. I died and I threw my headset off, and I didn't mean to break my monitor, but I threw my headset off, and my headset clipped the corner of my monitor, and it smashed. It went all
Yikes!
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
I always have that moment where I just stop myself and I look at the mouse or I look at the monitor. I think, money, God, right? Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
Wish I was rich so I could angrily break things without consequence.
Oh yeah. Well, let's see if an economy is going to be broken here. Flux could do it, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Dougie already picked up the op, found 2, and Soulfly's keeping it up as well. Look at him go! He's not stopping. 9-7 there. 9-8 now. 9-9 after?
Double eco here for GTZ, so I'm pretty confident they're going to go for a force. I can't imagine it'll work, so when it doesn't, it'll be an eco in the follow-up and maybe even 9-10.
Hallelujah.
This is how it all falls apart. This is MR12 in a nutshell for you.
Yeah, but look, see, they realize they get their heads out of the locked-in state that they're in, out of the zone, and they say, wait a moment, we just lost 5 guns to USPs, we lost the following round after, now we're gonna have to entry up into double eco territory, we're forcing out anyways, we need to take a tag pause here, we've got to have a plan to at least make those 2 Galils work this round, because if they don't, then we're not gonna be the ones hitting double digits first, it's gonna be Flux. So what are you going to be doing about Dougie? What are you going to be doing about Soulfly? They've been running around the map, being dynamic and connecting shots. Banjo and Paz have been no slouches either. And Skrunk's been pretty safe, right? He's been playing A anchor. He's been dictating the pace of Flux a lot these times. Been doing a great job as the IGL. And he had a moment, I'm pretty sure like 1 month or 2 months ago, where Skrunk was popping off as an IGL. He was fragging almost everybody on the server, out fragging. So he's definitely someone to be scared of as well. Out here, if you're GTZ, you can't really just bash him down and say, okay, well, he's probably going to be the weakest link when it comes down to actually entry pathing. It's not going to be the case. Skrunk can always be scary. However, this time, speaking of entry pathing, that's your way into A. That's Soulfly gone and dusted with. And speak of the devil, Skrunk has got to pull through quite a big multi-frag here if he wants to make the round work.
Yeah, he does. Bomb being tapped down. He's in no position to deny it. And the problem is even if he wanted to, his teammates are miles away. They're still taking a fight on short. They're about to be flanked here from the apartments as well. Oh, I like that from Paz, but they are way too slow on this. They've got 2 kits. There goes the push in from CT. Jay's there for the cross. Tons of damage inflicted. There's not enough. Dougie and Paz need to just try and get out of here and stay alive. It's a crazy shot, but yeah, short-lived. They'll be wiped out.
Yeah, that's
10 rounds here for GTZ. That is a big round to win.
That's a toughie for Fireflux, because again, all stems from a single opening frag from Nopi as he finds the connector player early, takes him down with a headshot. It wasn't like Soulfly could have done a lot there. I think he was caught on the cross. And it's now double digits for GTZ. Look at the buy for Fireflux. It's gonna be a full one. It's gonna be a good one. But after this, if they lose, it's basically the map over. GTZ could get the map point, and then good luck trying to claw your way back. You need overtime.
Yeah, then what? All or nothing here for Fireflux. As they're staring down the barrel of a 3rd map to seal the score. Oh, Soulfly. That's a big kill. Paz has been tagged down to 1 HP early on. I'd quite like to see him do a little bit of a switcheroo with that AWP. There is not a lot he can do. Sort of limping around. There we go. He has tossed it over to him. Give him that opportunity to go 1-for-1, perhaps in one of the gunfights. Aggression into ramp. Feels a tad unnecessary with the man advantage, but trading 1-for-1 does work in their favor. Dougie gets the timing on the window player. This looks like it should go Fireflux's way.
Dougie excited to show us what he can do on the rifle too, as well as the AWP. He's been having some impact on all of his kills. That one too is very important. We're left into 2v4, and I don't believe they really know about Paz, so they're just going to be taking their sweet time out there in towards A. The bomb's already in towards Tetris. It's going to be up to Mr. Linko on the Mac-10 to try to find Soulfly here, who's already taken down 2. So his engines are running, the steam is coming off, but the back is turned away as well, so Linko free frag. And now they'll have to play a retake as the bomb just went down. Well played out here for GTZ so far. Can they keep this up? Need to check at CT. Rafa with the AWP misses, and still Dougie about to be taken down. Kobe doesn't connect. 4 HP and 1 out here for Banjo and Dougie, as not for Banjo, for Dougie and Paz. As Banjo, he's on the MP9 trying to come up through the stairs, trying to peek on down towards Ram. Can he spot them? Can he see them? The timing is everything, and that's the AK not connecting on the kill, but half of it. Still ticking away, still going down. Banjo one more and pass through a flash. Connects. Is there a defuse kit? Yes, there is. Fireflux win the round. That's their ticket back into the game. What a round that was.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay.
Oh.
Big stuff at the end there. The bomb going down and a little bit of reserve cash for them. GTZ will still have somewhat of a buy, but far from
bit
perfect.
of a mistake here. Don't know if you caught it. Banjo was trying to pick up the Molotov with E. He picked it up, but he also picked up the AK instead of the AWP. So now they have no more scope to work with.
They don't have the money to make up for that either. It's a shame.
Oh well. Gotta live, laugh, learn from this, I guess.
How can you live, laugh, love in these conditions?
I don't know, man.
How? The stress. Everything that goes with it.
Gotta try. I mean, genuinely, to be fair, I think less true for GTZ, more true for Fireflux. Out of the competitions that they're invited in, out of the competitions they have to play in, GTZ as well, right? Because they have Yala coming up. I think this is more, not necessarily a proving ground as much as it is a practice ground for both of these teams. Like, yes, they're taking it seriously. They're not playing to lose or anything. But they're also trying new stuff out. They're not taking it like life or death, you know? Even though the first place prize is very nice. It's 25k, I'm pretty sure, right? It's very nice. They're never going to say no to that. But I don't think they're giving it their all like other teams out here into these brackets are. Nonetheless, though, there's Dougie. Good for 1. And an entrance into the A-bomb side has been made. So Skrunk Can he find something to work with here? If he doesn't, that's the round.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
My, okay, this is getting very, very scrappy. We've seen this in the last couple of rounds now. Both teams just not really willing to let up, just throwing themselves at each other. There's no kits on Scrunk or Paz. Oh no, sorry, there is. There's one on Scrunk. I barely saw that.
Yeah.
They start to work up. There's no util though, other than that molly that's just been deployed. So I'm gonna just barrel in to this triple box. Trades 1 for 1.
Oh.
They run out of bullets. Scrunk wins the fights, but doesn't have time. Has to back on out of there. There'll be another round that goes the way of GTZ. But another super expensive one in the process. There certainly won't be any AWPs in the next again.
Yeah.
What do you
It's
do
a
if
nice
you're the
try.
side?
What you do is you pray for the best right now in Force Buy. Your loss bonus is not working out great. You've got attack posit out too. GTZ, they're 1 away from map point. And it's your own map pick out here, so... You know, worst case scenario for Fireflux, we get sent on over to Anubis. GTZ would love to see that happen. But how is Anubis looking out here for these two teams? Let's check it out, because, you know, for GTZ's sake right now, do they have the possibility, do they have the chance of sending this one down to a 2-1 reverse sweep? Should be the case.
Potentially so. A little bit of time to bring in a bit of insight as well from Wander, our wonderful observer and connoisseur of the Portuguese scene, explaining where Jay came from, because, you know, it was a bit of a wild pickup and
Right.
nobody really knew where that one really came out of. But yeah, he was playing on a team called XSAD, the lower echelons of the Portuguese scene, playing in the retake circuit, the Master League there in Portugal. Bit of a promotion up for him. As I was saying before, not the best of results since he joined the roster, but teething issues is what we can call it for now. Soulflight will give them even more teething issues with the bullets to the face. Yeah, he does manage to
Soulflight,
throw
the
one back.
dentist out here for Fireflux. My goodness. Takes their dentures out there. That's 3 in a row out of a connector, and he's not taken down still. Oh, and speaking of J2, I think he's about to be in a world of hurt. Yeah, there you go. Scrunk doing the same thing out here. A much needed round out here for Fireflux. Brings it up to double digits for them as well. And now you posed the question before of what do Fireflux do on the CT side, right? Now what do GTZ do? Because they're in the same position economically. They're going to be into the eco. And MNJ, I think we're going to be looking down the barrel of an 11-11 here.
Oh yeah, almost definitely. And this is the worst time to run out of money if you're GTZ. Because losing this round means that they kind of have to eco in the next, but you don't want to, because then you let Fireflux onto map point and series points. So you're playing for OT. It all gets really, really awkward. I certainly would not want Soulflight touching my teeth. I walk into the dentist office, I see him, I am running out of there. Smashing heads in that last round. Deagles, at least we'll find an entry onto this A site. Fireflux taking a more passive approach to this. No one wants to just give them individual fights. No one wants to make that first mistake.
Ooh.
Scrunk will. Caught with his pants at his ankles.
Pretty down, but Dougie, can he bring it back around? That's a bomb to be planted, and Diffuse kit's on hand. Paz on 2, great for them, but Rafa is on the AK. He's the scary lad here. Dougie, you're not allowed to pull that off. God damn, that was a run by. A drive-by, if you will. The Diffuse kit is going through, but out of the only guy that doesn't have one, he's sticking the 10 seconds, and he's going to be winning out the round here. 11-11. Damage was dealt, but not too much to really be concerned about. Fireflux will still have a good buy coming through into the next. And GTZ, well, they forced it to the last out here, MNJ, so map point is looking very probable out here for Fireflux.
Yeah, I think it almost goes... Oh, no, hang on a minute. Gonna say goes beyond that. I really thought GTZ would bite the bullet and go for that eco, so they had all the bells and whistles. For round number 24, they opt against that. This means that we will see back-to-back rounds just like this. 2 Galils, potentially a third to come out on Rafax, 2 Mac 10s. Also, potentially a third to come out on Rafax. We'll see what he buys. There you go. It's the Galil. So, prioritizing the firepower on the rifles, but lacking on the util side of things. And the helmets.
Yeah.
That's not going to be too much of an issue with the AKs, but those 3 A1Ss on the other side could really be a problem. Oh, actually, they're going to throw away more util and buy another Galil.
Oh god, I hate this. I don't like this at all. They do have 2 helmets, sure, on the Macton and one of the Galils, but everybody else staying out onto these rifles, choosing to not have any utility to work with out here. I mean, that's a smoke and a flash left out here into a single intake. What are you gonna do, GTZ? Where are you gonna go with this?
It feels to me like the only way to win a round like this is to just group up and, you know, hit a site and play for the trades. Going for a slow default like this, I guess they're trying to flush out a bit of the CT util, but, you know, smoke goes into window. That now leaves them with nothing for the eventual take. The bomb's actually been left behind the T spawn just towards the stairs inside the TV room. And timing. No, doesn't work. That is this is all just falling apart. 1 for 1. They're never winning this round.
That's horrible. GTZ, what happened? That talk pause just killed him. Like, at this point, I am the same as Rafa was when we swapped his camera there. We are just scratching our heads, left wondering what happened that round. As you say, right, you're expecting a full round hit if you only have 2 smokes to work with, but the first smoke was already sent out of spawn in towards short, which, by the way, wasn't even used to cross. They crossed.
Yeah, I was about to say, they didn't even take any mid control off of it.
Yeah. And then a window smoke that tried to get them into connector, but they just blindly walked through a single smoke out there onto Soulfly. Was allowed to get away with 2 kills, and already the round was kind of ended. Yeah, poorly played out there from GTZ. And now a chance for Fireflux to just make the comeback happen a map early, I guess. And send it to 13-11, but Snappy's not going to take it while lying down. He's already found 1 kill.
That is a good start from Snappy at the very least. Tag down low though.
Oh, Scrum should have this. Oh, wow. Banjo! Banjo! Yeah, put them to rest. RIP GTZ, that is your way into... What is this, the 0-2 bracket? Out here.
That's where they'll be sat.
Rafa needs a big moment, a 1v4. Send his team into overtime. It would be heroic. Oh, no jumps.
Chance. Blank. Oh, timing. No, not today. Not today. Honestly, I think the harder part of that is actually not just going 0-2 here in the tournament, but this streak continuing, this sea of red that we've seen from GTZ recently. We're talking about the fact that they're going into the Compass main event over the next couple of days as well. That's going to be really tough. And I think that, you know, a win here would have done a lot for their confidence, even though, you know, Fireflux are on a slightly lower caliber of some of the teams that we are seeing in that event over the next couple of days. I think it would have just kind of bumped up my confidence a little bit and said, you know what, like that curse is broken. Let's go into this tournament with our heads held high. And it doesn't end up being the case at all. Soulfly, no surprise, he was the MVP. Didn't even need to see it on screen because he did all the talking there in the map, didn't he? 21 kills. He was absolutely awesome. And I think more importantly, he was having these major multi-kills in really, really key rounds. And honestly, I think he's a massive catalyst to the success and the win there towards the end for Fireflies.
100%, but it wasn't just him. It was everyone out here for Fireflies. Dougie really proved himself well as well, right? For coming in for a stand-in, someone that has to take up the op role as well. Definitely managed to put GTZ kind of in a lot of tough scenarios when it came down to the long-range duels, even though there weren't that many. So yeah, for GTZ, definitely going to be tough to look back on HLTV and see that your last win was 6 weeks ago up against Partisans. But you know what? The game goes on. We'll still keep playing. We'll still keep watching. This is Fireflux managed to find themselves to the 1-1 bracket. GTZ not out of the series just yet. Into the 0-2, they do still have a single small chance to, you know, claw their way back into the 3-2s and actually find themselves to the playoffs. But until
that might
then,
be where they find their win, by the way. They might get seeded up against Yano or someone like that, and I think I'm pretty confident they should be able to beat Yano. So you know, there's that opportunity to maybe break that curse. But 0-2 is never a pretty place to be, is it?
Yeah, it really isn't. But with that being said, we've got one more game out here for today, and that's going to be Sashi and Novaq, Nealand's new team that I haven't gone to see. You've gone to see them a little bit, and you've said they've really impressed you. I think Sashi are quite the heavy hitters still. Betchy has also joined in with them, so that's always nice to see. You know, it's always good to get back into the rhythm of things after a bit of a player transfer period where you get to see a lot of these teams as well into tier 2, tier 3, kind of swap up their players. So we'll see what they've got to play with. We'll see what they've got to show us. But until then, we'll be taking around about an hour of a break, right? Something like that, an hour and 40 minutes. And then we'll get to see that second best of 3 of the day go down live here for the Galaxy Battle out here for phase number 1. Hope you guys have enjoyed, and we'll be with you into that second best of 3.
pro with the wolf pack. I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Mighty King Pro with the wolf pack. I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Mighty King Pro with the wolf pack. I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Mighty King Pro with the wolf pack. I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Mighty King Pro with the wolf pack. I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flipped it. Mighty King Pro.
Hello, everyone, and
welcome
back to the broadcast.
He did
We
it
got some
again,
interesting stuff
Danny.
here, Josh.
He did it again.
It happens. It happens. Though I wonder that I had a bit of a delay from my part, so sorry on that end. Either way, we do have some games of Counter-Strike. To be more precise, we do have just the one best of three coming right up. It is going to be Sashi versus Novaq, which I don't know, man. I gotta admit, I don't really have much intel on Novaq. I mean, if there's one storyline we're 100% sure of, is that, you know, Sashi, what was it? I think we got to go like a whole year back. They did play in that, I think it might have been a Yala Compass tournament. They did play the LAN where they actually had a pretty good result. And from there on out, it felt like this team has been going down under. And at this point in time, they're probably at their worst rating so far because they've just been losing plenty of games to Counter-Strike.
Yeah, there's some interesting storylines here. So, Novaq, this is Neelan's new project. Obviously, we're all pretty familiar with Neelan. He's found 4 Kazakh players that seem pretty good, to be honest. They've had some decent results against some good teams recently. Pumpkin has kind of solidified himself as a bit of a standout player. I covered their Astana close call match against Wild Lotus, and they really impressed me. They won it. I thought they were going to be a real contender. So far here in Galaxy Battle, they played their opening game against Monty. They got absolutely smoked. They won 5 rounds across the entire best of 3, and just didn't really look competitive at all. So I do have my concerns for them here. But Sashi have also, as you said, been on their own losing streak. They've had their own hurdles, and to be honest, whilst they have been playing against some reasonably high caliber opponents, I think if there's any opportunity here for Novaq to beat a team that are much better ranked than them, it is Sashi right now, because they've shown their vulnerabilities.
Yeah, like we talked about as well. I mean, Sashi recently, not the best results from a team that has still kept a pretty strong core in the form of Lucky Iceberg and Cabby. Oh, Cabby, speaking of which, gets the first opening frag already. Oh, the door being blasted open. Becky doesn't give a damn. Well, push on through. Big frag being found. Again, the A-bomb site not fully controlled by the T's. Tasman is doing a pretty good job at peppering bullets, but despite how low some of these players are entering or returning back towards the A side, it's going to be a problem.
It certainly could be breaching back into this with a 2-man disadvantage. There's no easy task. Clock down below. It will be Iceberg first on the chopping block, but no hope here. Surely Tasman hasn't got the Kevlar. Forkies is doing his best to try and make this happen. Zyphon just about stays alive. God, does that come close. But with no kit, I don't think that was all too plausible. Anyway, Sashi will put their foot down and win the opening round here. And I really do expect, you know, if we do see this series go the way of Novaq, I do expect it to be in 3 maps. Sashi are a very good nuke team. And yeah, I think they sort of show that the structure that comes in that pistol round, just how sort of powerful they can be here.
Yeah, that's the one thing that has been a bit surprising for me is from seeing Sashi play. Surely, I will admit my Sashi knowledge is a little bit outdated, but seeing them play, they always struck me as a very methodical team, you know. And I will admit they have been struggling in these past couple months, if not basically a year at this point. They could definitely use some big wins on the line. Both of these teams are in the 0-1 bracket. They have lost their opening matches. Arguably, Monty just absolutely destroyed Novaq in their best of 3. And I believe Sashi went up against Ecstatic, I believe. And here, yeah, so far so good. I mean, Sashi doing a really good job of just taking control in this round. Not dropping a single player, even better for the GTZ economy. As to be expected. I mean, they run the drill. They win the round. Ooh, this is peculiar.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting pie. I'm not sure what the game plan is with this. I can't imagine they just play like a standard setup, so maybe we will see them get aggressive. Just that Deagle on 4 keys. He proved himself as a pretty capable mechanical player here in that pistol round. And there you go. This is what I'm talking about. No standard setup here. It's barreling into lobby. It's just going to be the one for Neelam. They do get out with a man advantage, but look at this. I get scared. Sashi are. They go, all right, let's just regress back to spawn for a second. Don't want to let ourselves get caught out. Becky, this newest addition to the Sashi roster. You say your knowledge is outdated, I imagine. You haven't covered them since this pickup, just a couple of weeks ago from that Preezy lineup. I'm a big fan of Becky. I think he's a really good player. He hasn't put up any crazy numbers since joining this team, but I think there's definitely sort of great things to come out of him. Iceberg has actually got one on top of him, and there is absolutely zero chance that he will anticipate this. So, just a timing game. All down to patience here. Good Molly.
That's good enough, and man, I mean, Diffuser is still in a pretty okay position with the MP9. Up close, does the damage, not enough for the kill. Luckily, Forky's is close by. Covers the MAC-10. Oh, oh, and nade straight to the face. That actually gave him a bit of an opening to work with to actually push out Mini, but yeah, at the end of it all, Sashi still claim another. I will admit, I mean, Novaq actually going for the MP9 purchase in round number 3 was a bit unexpected, but considering how lethal that little SMG is, and on a map like Nuke, it could definitely work in some of those close quarters engagements. There's a lot of them on the A bomb side, B bomb side as well to some extent. But either way, that was that. Now let's take a look at the gun round, and it's already a nice sight to behold. In terms of utility, it's pretty good for Novaq. They also have the sniper rifle in the hands of Pumpkin. But a lot of util has been deployed from the T side. Again, slowly but surely, as are to be expected on the T side, you at least want to show off some presence towards outside. You don't have to commit necessarily, but showing off some presence is definitely key.
This is quite an important round here for Novaq. Early doors, going 3-0 down here on Nuke. The last thing you want is to let Sashi build up that economy any further, and to be honest, take what would be 2 more rounds here if they win this one, just because the way that CT money works, they will have the max loss bonus, but it'll still only be forced pistols in the next. So, slower approach, 55 seconds left. Pumpkin on that AWP. This is what I was talking about. He can be pretty unbelievable. Zyphon with an awkward jump still wins the fight. A couple of great flicks to get things started. At least put Novaq in the right step. Lucky knows there's one close. Does he hard clear this? Surely. Yes, he does. Wow, that was quick.
Oh man, I mean, he's still at contamination. Such a powerful position to be at. The T's... I'll get that bomb planted, though. The rotation is coming in from Tasman, though. He is taking his sweet time, believing that maybe some of the T's have presence in ramp, but he is far from the truth. They have entrenched quite well here on B side. Zyphon, though, goes in for the fight against Tasman. Already a great pickup, and Diffuser, not the best position, though. Isolates the one, but not the second, and definitely not the third. So Sashi, I mean, from here on out, this is a pretty solid start. I mean, again, I like the fact that they take some of that outside presence before really finally committing towards that lower bomb site. But I mean, look at the not the retail, let's say the recovery in that round. Pumpkin, 2 players, 2 big frags being found, and yet Sashi recovers.
Oh, that's a heartbreaking one, to be honest. Pumpkin's done almost everything he can. He's hit the 2 shots required. He needs that support from the Hell player. It just doesn't come quick enough. Gets overwhelmed, and then it all starts going wrong down towards that B bomb site. Won't be a full eco here, of course. They'll have 3,400 loss, so go for some SMGs. Iceberg, caught without his gun out, does still manage to go 1 for 1. All things considered, not too bad. Novaq, there is still an opportunity here to maybe win an unorthodox round like this. Stop Sashi in their tracks. This is a great start from them.
Throws in the grenade for good measure, but Yeah, Sashi, be very careful on the approach, already clearing out all the possible angles. However, one big problem is Tasman's position. Now, he's going to take his sweet time before he could really spot out a T player. In fact, he's just not even going to re-aggress. Now, this gives a great chance for Neelan to make the rotate down the lower bomb site. I mean, where else could they go at this point? Having 3 players on the side itself, I mean, in terms of manpower, it's definitely good for Sashi. Neelan is getting close at control and doesn't see the player just yet. I like the fact that the T's aren't really engaging them, but as they do, they get an amazing headshot. Great one from Lucky. Retake at this point, it's just not possible. Diffuser and Tasman. Yeah, Tasman just so far behind, unable to really react quickly enough. I mean, I was so sure that he might even consider, going out there, kill a player on outside. Well, does so eventually.
Out of that, getting an AK is a silver lining, sort of the best of a really bad situation there for Novaq, but 5-0 down. They do need to start pulling rounds back. Otherwise, you just can't help but feel that Nuke becomes a foregone conclusion. A little bit of a disconnect, though, before we get further into this. Cabby, the one disappearing for now. Zyphon is actually also a fairly recent addition to this Sashi roster. He came in a couple of months ago. Transferred over from TSM. Prior to that, they had this sort of triage bouncing back and forth with Mr. and Ultex, and Ultex ended up going to this AM roster, which is like a kind of very interesting European mix with Searson, Keto, Kakanito, and Mr. as well, actually. Quez ended up going to Copenhagen Wolves. So, yeah, there has been this sort of little shuffle around after some of the weaker results to start off the year here for Sashi, but they are starting to find their footing, or at least I hope they find their footing with Becky now in this roster. As I say, he was definitely that superstar on Preezy. They've struggled to fill the void, the hole that he's left. Hasn't quite hit that ceiling that I think he is looking to hit here just yet. He's, as I say, he's not had the best performances in his opening games in the past 2 weeks here for Sashi, but he's very capable of it. I've watched a lot of his matches. He is very, very capable of being a star player at this level of CS. So it's only a matter of time for him to kind of gel in. Sometimes, you do have those teething issues when you join a new team and it's a very new dynamic. Perhaps you're taking up a new role. Let's take a bit of time to adjust, adapt.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And also got to wonder, Sashi, they do have a coach. And despite his, controversial past, Hunden, I mean, he was a very formidable in-game leader in the Danish scene. We got to remember all those times he ended up being a character that would build up. He would get some unknown Danish talent. He would build a roster with said talent, and they do a pretty good job. They maybe bounce back and forth between being, something like, top 70, maybe top 30 in the world. And once they'd reach their peak, some of those players would go on to greener pastures, and then Hunden would try and do it again. And sure, he's not in a in-game leader capacity on this team, but him being the coach, I definitely feel like he should be able to slot in these players. Though I do feel like that maybe, he might be suffering from the whole idea that CS2 seems to be a bit more aim-heavy, at least at the start of the game. Feels like we're definitely relying more on their individuals. A lot of teams in World Counter-Strike, and definitely Tier 2 or Tier 3 is definitely no different. But in the case of Sashi, I feel like, yeah, this roster, it has potential. It could still climb the ranking. All right. Got all the players.
Oh.
I'm so happy that we don't have any, we don't have a Ryu situation, Josh, because man, I remember that last best of 3 we did, and that was super frustrating for, I'm sure, everyone involved. Us, the casters, obviously Ryu, and the players trying to, or shall I say, the viewers trying to enjoy the game. But heads up, it's Pumpkin again with the early frag, and repositions towards ramp.
Yeah, last one was frustrating, right? Those tech issues, you just can't feel like you can get your head in the game right here. We're back in business quite quickly. That is a very messy fight out of Iceberg. He'll be frustrated that he doesn't convert that one. Pumpkin again, though. As you say, with that opening pick on the AWP, so far, Sashi have been breezing through, running away with this. Finally, they are tested. My concern here is if Sashi are able to pull off this 3v5, Novaq's mental just be absolutely in the bin. Main player smoked off, Tasman cleared. And this is a bomb site. Cracked right open, rotates. Have to work their way back up, but it won't come before the bomb gets planted. The spams are just off. That's a shame.
Oh, and the molly doesn't hit as well. That actually gives Novaq, already a chance to take Heaven control. Oh, a second molly comes in. However, they still have the majority of the players trying to push through mini. This is where, the molly's not deep enough. That's going to give a great chance for Cabby to at least rack up a single frag. Becky gets his. Cabby actually goes down. The Fizzer with a great pickup, and now it's all up to Lucky. They're not staking it, though. They're taking their sweet time as Forkies comes in from behind. Oh, man, yeah. Lucky definitely not aware of the push from behind. And this time I feel like, Novaq do a pretty good job, but I guess the one surprising thing for me is that, Becky does a good job, picks up the Heaven player, and I was so sure that Cabby will find more than just the one frag behind Vent, but apparently he gets caught out pretty quick on that retake.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to play and get more than just one. The big concern for me, and this has been a question mark for me sort of recently on multiple occasions, it's the plant spot there. I've seen loads of teams plant in that spot in the A site recently. And it's good because it gives you a little bit of cover from the A main spam. But it's really difficult. Nice shot, Lucky. It's actually really difficult to play in the post plant. And we see that right there. Like, Becky peeks wide. And then when Lucky's in the 1 versus 3, he has to swing out of hut. He has to fully expose himself to take that duel. And it's just quite awkward. It's quite awkward. So it feels like a sort of short-term benefit for being able to plant without too much complication. But then, unless you have success on your opening fights in that post-plant, can then cause you problems down the line. And as I say, seen that a few times recently. Messy stuff from Tasman. Few too many targets. Bites off more than he can chew, taking both on at once. So, right back to winning ways, Sashi. Nealon stuck with an M4. Lucky that the economy works in a way that does accommodate them to lose one round and get the guns back out in the next. Old CS would be brutally punishing right now. Elon, what are you going for here, my friend? Are you just gonna pop the nade in and then try and escape again? I thought maybe you go for some kind of crazy ninja defuse, something of the sort.
Oh. Looks like he wanted to give it a shot at least. Oh. Speaking of shots being missed and some definitely landing, I mean, Nealon. Wow, he actually kills every single one of them and barely survives with just 5 points of health. I mean, Sashi, sure, they win the round. That's great and all, but just look at the damage from losing that one round.
Okay, well, a very good round from Sashi, of course, but a little too expensive, you're right. And I was about to criticize Nealon. I was about to say, I think he just, the round's lost. Give it up and just prioritize saving that rifle. But that extra damage he's able to inflict at the end there actually ends up being quite impactful. And he's a player that doesn't go down without a fight. Sat positive with his KD, despite the fact that they're 6-1 down. Zyphon, interestingly, makes the economic decision to sell his AK, buy a Mac 10 instead. That doesn't appear to accommodate extra utility or anything of the sort, because he's only got that smoke and a molly. He's going to keep 2100 in the bank. I think he just wants to be the first point of contact and just throw himself at the enemies.
Wow, look at the damage inflicted as well. They have made their way down the lower bomb side. Problem is, though, Tasman this time is super quick on the rotate. Molly's not going to matter at all. Bomb plant is going down. Tasman, oh, what? Becky comes out on top and even gets a second. Siphon from Vents, and what was supposed to be an easy round suddenly becomes a lot more doable for Sashi to win. Becky and Gabi. Good positions, though. The Fizzer and Pumpkin attempting for the retake, but they're taking their sweet-ass time now. Both players descending down ramp, entering the site itself, but I feel like they really gotta hurry up. They have the kits, but the smoke site not on the site itself, and now there's just enough time for a player like Gabi to sweep in and secure the round for Sashi.
That is just ridiculous. Mistakes really shining through now here for Novaq. Gabi, of course, the insurance policy, the saviour at the end, but I think the catalyst to get it going was certainly Becky there on that bomb site. Felt like he took an eternity to get that bomb planted. And we saw Tasman actually had a little bit of a sightline on him for a while as he was walking up, but was far too slow to react. Gave Becky that window of opportunity that he needed, and my God, did he take it. Two awesome shots. Put them back in the running, and we're able to cross the line first. Lots of early spam damage. Pumpkin and Forky's now limping in the round. God, Pumpkin. Very lucky to still be alive. We've seen him do amazing work with that AWP early on, but that's a 7 HP in this one. He's not even been able to fire off a shot yet.
Look at the amount of respect that's being given here. Pumpkin, though, is the only player with a more aggressive angle, will snatch the frag. That should get the T side thinking, okay, if they do have a player on the lower bomb side, perhaps they might still trying to go for this pinch. There we go, Lucky. Taking control of ramp. Siphon actually swoops in with a frag from Secret. This is where things are starting to get a little bit awkward because Novaq, I mean, they're not 100% sure whether this is the commitment on the lower bomb side or whether they might still go towards A. The real big question is the impact Siphon can make, and he actually gets intel, which might be good enough. That's a great pickup from Gabi as a smoke lands in Mini. That will give them a chance to enter the site, and luckily for them, there's no defenders. All they have to worry about is Heaven.
Oh, Becky. Worried. Yeah, it's that little corner plant again to be covered from main. Lucky does manage to find the easy headshot onto Tasman. Pumpkin, who has been on a slither of health this entire round, will be finished. And it's a little bit of overkill with the AK headshot. Defizer now left by himself. 1 versus 3. Doesn't fancy his chances at this, surely. Oh my God, an accidental jump as well. Will give up his location. And Lucky will hone in like a missile. 8-1. Sashi just, you know, I think, honestly, this map might just be done already. Novaq have given us nothing to get excited about. I have high hopes for Inferno, don't get me wrong, but perhaps this is a little example of them just having a slightly underdeveloped map pool. This was the map they actually lost 13-1 to Monty the other day on as well, so we'll see where this goes.
I feel like the weakness on this map just lays in the fact that Novaq don't seem to be 100% sure how they want to approach it, because we have seen, you know, some individuals doing a pretty good job when it comes to just holding their own. But in times of need where they try to change things up, we saw some aggressive plays coming out from as like Tasman and whatnot, and it felt like those plays just weren't coordinated that well with some of the remaining players. And this time around as well, like, it's good to see them take control of lobby. And in the meantime, though, I feel like their big mistake would be just to try and remain static in that position, though they have actually already abandoned that spot. So Becky has already taken control of lobby. Fork is Good pickup on one, waiting for a chance to strike again, but Zyphon is close by. Lucky gets a frag on Pumpkin as well, so yeah, I mean, they tried to play aggressive, but now they're just being gunned down one by one.
It's difficult because this is one of those games where you come away from it and you remember your little individual moments and go, oh, I had a couple of good moments, but been nowhere near enough here for Novaq. Saw a couple of nice shots from Pumpkin on that AWP to get the entries in the round. Seen a couple of great 1-digs out of 4keys. Neelan had that 3K in his pursuit of saving there in CT. That was pretty flashy. It doesn't take away from the fact that this is about to be a 9-1 scoreline. Neelan with not a lot to lose here. He's only got an MP9 and Kevlar. Not sure if there's a rifle lying around for him somewhere, if he could go and retrieve it. Not, he'll just try and go and do some damage, and yeah, that'll be denied. Cabby to rock up with an AK headshot, and still just keep Novaq down the bottom of that scoreboard. 1 round. And absolutely no say here on you.
Oh, there we go. I heard a bit of a Freudian slip. I feel like Inferno might have to face the same fate as Nuke, unless, you know, Novaq
yeah, I
can
almost
somehow
said
reset
it.
mentally. Yeah, I think we've got to say bye-bye to Nuke at this point. Iceberg.
Honestly,
in fact,
says
I've
where
been
my
really...
brain's at right now.
Yeah? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
really
where my
can't
brain's
blame
at.
you.
It's on mute. Mentally, I'm on Inferno.
And, you know, what's been a bit dissatisfying as well, I mean, we've seen Sashi taken outside control time and time again. Wall of smokes, usual stuff. And I'm surprised Novaq has never tried to, you know, blow up that smoke. Go for a bit of a spam. Maybe have someone playing close by a red container. And then have someone like Pumpkin as backup to keep a close eye on Silo. It just feels like, yeah, we haven't seen a lot of change-ups on the CT side, which I feel like Nuke can definitely deliver. It's not a static map as some might think. I feel like this is, in fact, one of the maps that definitely requires, let's say at least on the T side, to have some really good protocols and constantly fight for some map presence. And Sashi has just been given that control time and time again, and it's no wonder they're up 9 rounds. And one more to finish off, perhaps. Forkis, I mean, yeah, we saw him going down early on. They can basically just go for a bit of a fake towards the A side and then fully commit on B, but surprised Zyphon and Becky not moving in just yet. Oh. Lower bomb side, though.
Ooh. All right, Tasman. You are right in saying it has felt a little bit two-dimensional. At this point, what have Novaq got to lose, you know? All of these rounds going wrong. Try something new. Innovate. Because here it's just the same old over and over. And they're met with the same fate. It's Lucky. Smashing heads right now. Defiers are desperate for this trade. Iceberg tucked. Tiny little gap in the door to work with. Decent trade onto Lucky. They've still got 2 more to clear and sniff out. They know where the second resides, but the bomb is just so far gone. Defiers are the only one with a kit. And if Iceberg can get him off of this defused, then it's round over. But Pumpkin, the bodyguard, the savior to keep that round afloat. Novaq make it 2. And it's all off of the back of the 2 men on your screen right there. Defizer and Pumpkin doing all the lifting there in that round.
Yeah, I feel like that was such a crucial round to win for Novaq. At least get a second, maybe a third if possible. Because right now things are looking grim on this first half. And maybe we could actually see a bit of a change-up, though. From what I can tell, Pumpkin, yeah, he's just gonna go down ramp. We do have Forkis. Actually, Forkis might even take a more proactive position from what I can tell. Can't be losing a lot of HP in the gunfight, but it's Becky to come out on top. Already, I mean, this has been the story of this first half. It feels like ancient, pardon me, Sashi. Don't know where that came from. Sashi just winning every single of these opening fights, and this time it's no different. One drops dead, and the second follows suit.
It's been painful, hasn't it? That the second you see something a little bit better from Novaq, they win a round, and you think maybe this is the start of better things to come. Just get absolutely demolished in the follow-up. It's a decent kill from Tasman. He was on just 1 prior to the last round. He's tripled that tally in just the last couple of minutes. But still pursuing a third here to close off the half. It would be absolutely nothing to brag about. Would give them somewhat of a lifeline. Boost up onto the rafters. Tasman knows he needs to take an off angle. Has to be the man to get the first shot off. Sashi with 30 seconds left. Do need to get a wiggle on a little bit here. Oh, that's a missed opportunity from Zyphon.
That could have been big, but 20 seconds remaining. The T's still want to hit the lower bomb site. Rotations might actually be somewhat swift with the CTs. We already have 1 player in defense. Pumpkin. Oh, that would have been a crucial shot, no. But he ends up dying to the rifle. Nice attempt from Nealon as well to try and stop that plant from ever happening. But what is Tasman doing? Finally, he's in defense, but he's making so much noise right now. And the T's, they know. Inside the vents is not a gush of wind. It is Tasman himself. Very low on HP, though. Leaving a trail of blood as he attempts to go for this. And Sashi knows. They should be able to close this one out. No problem whatsoever. Spotted out. And just like that, double digits for Sashi to close it out on the first half of Nuke.
Very, very tidy stuff. And a couple of players really going above and beyond as well. Zyphon, he's 16-7. He's been this unstoppable force so consistently. Able to find these entry frags and crispy headshots. No one's really had an answer for him, but it's been a collective. It's not just been Zyphon doing all the lifting. It's just been a key player, key part of it. Remember, folks, halfway point. Anyone that's put exclamation mark Galaxy, you're in for a running, maybe winning a cool new skin. We've seen some decent stuff over the last couple of days. You haven't dropped anything too crazy. That's not too bad, though. AK Nightwish, congratulations. Perchicosimus. God, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Enjoy your shiny new AK.
Lovely little thing to get. Just watching Counter-Strike, enjoying the game, and also have a chance to win a skin. Just winning the skin in its own right, I mean, that deserves bragging rights, but getting a nice win as well is a nice thing to have in your inventory. Oh, losing a bit of HP is Zyphon, though nothing major. You can see that the Sashi players... Oh, la la, that is lucky, but let me tell you that was pure skill. 2 big frags being found. Right now, you can see this run is just all over the place. Pumpkin, yes, he's attempting to try and go for the frag, but I feel like this round has already succumbed to an abrupt end.
This is honestly brutal. The one chance that they really had at maybe delivering something here on Nuke. Unlikely to be a comeback, but even a few rounds would make you just feel a little bit better about the whole ordeal. And Sashi say no. Slap them in the face. 3 players stay alive. 11-2. And if you're Novaq right now, you feel like you have to force buy, right? I mean, you don't get the bomb plant or anything. You don't normally see a force buy in rounds like this, but what options do you have?
I feel like the answer is none. They just have to keep on buying and hope for the best. And yeah, they got the pistols out. I would perhaps love to see some pace out of the boys. You know, they don't really have a lot of util remaining. They have checked it out towards the outside position. That one pops a bit too late. Gives a chance for Zyphon, and I'm sure he's able to hear the footsteps as well. Giving the intel to his teammates, and Iceberg in a good position with the MP9, spotting out one. Knows there's an onslaught of players coming his way. You can see rotation. It is just here. They got all the players almost all the frags. Nealon, I'll get this trophy boy in no time. An easy frag incoming. Let's give it a 3, a 2, 1. Up. Almost.
There we go. Bit of a delay on the HUD. It was showing that he was still alive for a couple of seconds there, but don't worry, Nealon is not immortal. We've seen that plenty of times so far this game. Him and his new squad struggling here to find any kind of ground in this series. Feels like everywhere they tread, it's just quicksand, and sometimes they can sort of frantically scramble their way out and put a round on the board, but not able to follow it up, not able to find any consistency here. Sashi just looking to slam the door in their face, just like we saw out of Monty a couple of days ago. Tasman, a decent trade. Individual mechanics are definitely there. This team cohesion just falling apart. It's really the problem. Either way, this boils down to a 4v4.
I was wondering if we're going to see Becky pushing through the smoke, but apparently not. Zyphon, he gets his. Oh yeah, they're 100% sure where this one is going. Iceberg and Titanic, he's yet to reveal his position, but as he does, he takes care of the bomb planter. Big frag being found, but even bigger is Pumpkin with a no-scope headshot on one. No idea where that happened. Becky sees Tasman as a huge dink, but the scout's dink is even greater. No bomb plant just yet. Tasman is in a precarious position, though. Where he's at, I mean, he might actually get that bomb planted. Pumpkin is doing a pretty good job at keeping the CTs at bay. All they're waiting for now is for some of these players to come their way, and Pumpkin. Wow. That's a lovely Glock headshot.
Okay. Yeah, this is not a round you're expecting them to win of all of the situations that they've fumbled so far this half. Lucky. Misreading this. Oh, no, he hasn't. That is perfect. I don't know how he expected Pumpkin to be above him like that, but now he knows exactly what's up. But this last reside swaps to the Deagle. It's a questionable decision with Tasman being so low, but it's all about style points, Danny. It's all about finishing it off with a crisp 1D. As we go 13-2, Sashi snatch away the opening map here in this series, and they do so with real confidence. That was fantastic.
Man, that was a phenomenal showing from Sashi. I will admit it's been, I don't know when was the last time we saw them actually win a map in such a convincing scoreline nonetheless. A really great showing, something they can definitely be proud of, but at the same time, I feel like Novaq just did not deliver their best. Something tells me they're not connoisseurs on a map like Nuke, and definitely show that this team was lacking when it comes to, even changing things up with the CT side, constantly probing would be the sort of thing you expect out of the CT side, to fight for lobby control, show some presence towards outside. But I felt like Novaq was probably respecting Sashi a bit too much, which is definitely not a great side. But hey, that was the first map of the best of 3. I mean, luckily there's going to be Inferno, and perhaps on that map, Novaq can bring their best.
I expect them to, and I hope that they do. I don't want this to just be a complete stomp. Now, what concerns me is that Novaq actually haven't won a game yet on Inferno, but they've come remarkably close in their recent matches in the Astana Quals and in Landerland. They did actually take some formidable sides the distance. 2 13-11 losses against Amiga and Rush B, and a 13-10 against Iberian Soul. Does fill me with a bit of confidence that they do know what they're doing on Inferno. As for Sashi, it's actually one of their weaker maps. So, yeah, there is an open opportunity here for Novaq to maybe deliver something in this series. But given how far behind they were there on Nuke, and in terms of all of the gunfights and everything that comes with it, I do have my apprehensions. I think this is going to be a really tough one to pull back.
Yeah, it could definitely be the case, but we'll have to wait and see. Folks, let's go on a bit of a break. And once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that second map.
Welcome back, everybody, to Galaxy Battle Phase 1. We just saw an absolute stomp of a first map there on Nuke. It was a Sashi pick, so take that as you will, but it was a 13-2, and Novaq were largely absent. We've got their pick of Inferno up next. Danny, do you think we're going to see a different result here, or much of the same?
I'd like to feel like there's going to be a difference, right? If you're a team that is picking a map, you absolutely should have, at least some basic protocols, or at the very least, I expect your players to be comfortable on that map, because I feel like the one big problem for Novaq, it was just, you saw how some of the CTs were playing on the CT side. It felt like they were just not comfortable in taking some of the aim duels. It felt like as a team, they were not 100% sure how they want to play aggressive. And it felt like, in general, their CT side was lacking. Now, jumping into a map like Inferno, you could say that, yeah, this is, for the most part, a simpler map. At the same time, I feel like on the CT side, even if you don't have some amazing setups, if you have the confidence to play some important positions, like, let's say, top banana, brackets, that in itself could be enough for your squad to win the round. So, am I expecting Novaq to win more than 2 rounds? Yes. Am I expecting them to win the map? That's something I'm not 100% sure on.
Yeah, I'm actually with you in the same boat. I'm with you in the same boat. I don't think that Novaq maybe got what it in them to beat Sashi here on Inferno, but I'm absolutely expecting this to be a much, much closer affair. We are going to see a couple of little disconnects and a technical pause before we go straight into this. Yeah, it's a shame. Neelan came back for a split second, then went again. Cabby's actually... That was actually Cabby that just died there. So not just the one person having issues, but hopefully we should be good to go in just a moment. Yeah, he's just spinning around. He's spinning around. He's making sure that everything's as it seems. His FPS is good.
Exercise. I mean, that's exactly what I was doing for this second map.
What, flinging your head around?
Not as fast, but to some extent, yeah, doing some exercise. I mean, you gotta move around a little bit, jump around, if you will, every 40 or so minutes, not to be, stuck in a static position all day at your computer. And trust me, folks, I am very much aware of how static your body gets, stiff, let's say, after sitting at the computer all day. But now, action is upon us. Novaq, though, this is the T side, not the CT side, which I feel like perhaps they'll have the mobility to show us what they're made of. Right now, it is, wow, a very slow start. I mean, just look at how deep the Ts are playing.
We actually really didn't get to see very much of a T side at all from Novaq last map, did we? So it'll be interesting to see if they can get something rolling here. Iceberg. Oh my god, look at that. That is so gross. And Forkies doesn't even peek it. He's there on tree. Iceberg doesn't really care, to be honest. Just goes, that's all right. I'm going to take the fight. I'll repeat. You can see the confidence levels on these Danes right now is through the roof. Iceberg is doing everything. That's the bomb down. It's 4 kills to his name. Single-handedly taking this round by the reins. He kind of wants the ace. You can see it. He's the one pressuring forward. Pumpkin, nowhere to be found right now, but will have to come and join the equation eventually. You don't want to be surviving on the pistol round. Hoping someone will press into him. They won't give you that luxury, Pumpkin. You've got to go give them the fight. Oh, no ace for Iceberg. It's a shame.
I feel like Novaq as well. Fair enough. As far as the early round goes, there's nothing wrong with that setup, because we have been seeing more often than not the CTs being very proactive in the first pistol. At times, even just going for the straight up mid fight. So fair enough for now. Novaq to actually play that round safe as they did. That's okay. I feel like the big problem was this 1 minute and 10-second mark when they decided to actually show up some presence in middle. I'm not really sure how did they not communicate it better that, yeah, there could be some CTs still pushing banana and being aggressive, and Novaq just getting completely caught off guard, and that was enough. That was enough for the entire Novaq side fault. Let's let's hope this time around. Well, yeah, it's a simple eco. Not going to be anything great. Can't expect much out of the Novaq side, but next up is the gun round. And I feel like in this one mistake you could be making on the T side is playing too slow. Now, to some extent, that style can definitely work out. But on a map like Inferno, you still need to fight for some map presence. You need to show off at least some kind of presence in Banana Middle as well before you can go out for, let's say, even a 10, I don't know, 20, 25 second execute on one of the sites.
Well, the expected 2-0 start, but this is where Novaq need to bite back. Whole load of util being deployed here towards Banana. Defizer behind the smoke, drop the molly, two go the other way. Iceberg is actually going to play through it and falls victim to the spams. The problem with that overcommittal is that he's not actually able to fall back because the fire's behind him. So let's just have to kind of stand there and say, get Becky under a whole load of pressure here on A. And this is a pretty tasty looking recipe to a round win here for Novaq. This is much better stuff. Oh, that was mean. He learned. I was vouching for you there, but you've lost me. You've lost me after that one. Unforgivable.
Animal cruelty.
Nothing. Yeah.
Good change-up, though. You know, I was also talking about as well that I felt like Novaq, one thing that was definitely missing from this team, and we even saw glimpses of it at the start of this first map, or pardon me, second map, that they seem to be respecting Sashi a bit too much, whereas I feel like a lot of teams that have been doing really well against Sashi have been the teams who have been on the opposite end of the spectrum. They were more than willing to play aggressive, to make sure that Sashi did not reach their comfort zone. And that changeup was key. You could see that Sashi were not aware of how quickly Novaq is going to move up. Obviously, pushing the A-bomb site through short for the most part, and in this case, the apartments, for the most part, it's a very dangerous risk. And you saw that Sashi were not 100% sure whether Novaq would take that risk, but they sure did. That gave them the round win. They absolutely needed to get an early start in. And again, Inferno, this is the map where you expect the T's to, you know, get those 5 rounds. For the most part, even 5 rounds at the minimum, it feels like. And right now, I mean, this is good. Look at them taking Banana control. Wow. It's lovely, but they still need to get the frags. And that's something they haven't gotten, but damage. A lot of it has been induced.
I mean, you're absolutely right with the original point. Sashi's comfort zone is actually a very slow and meticulous, methodical form of CS. That's Iceberg's IGLing. So, yeah, upping that tempo can sometimes cause them problems. Lucky under the pressure there, though. Doesn't break a sweat, does he? Even with the fire at his feet. Just gets the smoke out, drops it, plays in front. Gets that first shot off and escapes without too much damage taken. In fact, only 24 points of it. Does have to do a bit of a switcheroo, get that AWP over to Iceberg. Got tagged up a little bit more, but here comes that execution. They've got the man advantage already.
But 35 seconds. Already pushing onto the side, but Zyphon, he's got the angle as well as breaks that smoke. Iceberg, a great shot. I was so sure it's going to land, and this is still a very doable round for Sashi. They have the manpower advantage. They even have a fair amount of utility to block off the vision, let's say, of the Banana player with just that one molly, or throw it at the back of sight. That's also a very doable position. And now 20 seconds. Here we go. Commitment is here. Pumpkin is the only player left standing. So low at HP. Some of these players are, and Zyphon even, you know, he's willing to kill his comrade if it means that Sashi takes the round win. It's all in the name of greater good. Yeah, exactly.
Most important thing there is just converting the round. Novaq have had such a hard time on B, and I'm very surprised that they keep just sort of forcing the issue here on this B-bomb site, because the one time they switched it up and went A, they actually had a lot of success. They won the round. They did so quite comfortably. Yeah, Banana and their pursuit of taking control of it has gone horribly wrong. Pretty much every time they've tried it. Util, at least this time, will do a lot of damage. Lucky. Limps away with 53 HP. Now we're going to start to fortify this A site.
Oh yeah. I mean, this defense is looking solid as ever on the A bomb side. Novaq just about now considered taking some presence in Banana. Meanwhile, the CTs, I mean, they're still doing pretty okay in terms of util. Keeping on to that one smoke grenade is Iceberg, though. He chucks it. That's it. No more utility remaining. And if Novaq is willing to play the slow game, they might be able to push into the bomb site where the CTs have only the rifles to defend with. But Novaq have completely changed course, quite literally in this case. Forget the B bomb site. They're going to hope to find and execute here on A side, but that one smoke throws a curveball, but not for long. There's still plenty of time to commit on the side.
Siphon, just jiggling. Waiting for his opportunity to pounce. He will get it with 30 seconds. They'll emerge, and he won't even go for the gunfight. Just say, I'm going to turtle up on the bomb site. I've got a teammate here with me. We'll establish a crossfire, and all we've got to do is buy time for the rotations to come in. But those rotates might not even be needed. Cabby and Zyphon doing all the lifting here. Cabby with 3 headshots. And the one man on the other side of the map, it's Defizer. Caused a bit of a ruckus on B. Has to just save. Now, with the money on the CTs, you'd think that perhaps they'd try and hunt him here, but they'll do no such thing. Defizer will be able to carry across that AWP. There isn't really any money to buy around it, though, so weirdly, it doesn't do them many favors. And him then having $500 and no loss bonus, $2,900 to come in the next. As he finds some big kills here, or they get a bomb plant. He's not going to have a whole lot to work with next round. He's going to drop that AWP over to Pumpkin.
Yeah, Pumpkin. Haven't seen much action from this guy. Might see the first gunfight happening in second mid, though. Oh, man, the T's are completely unaware. Cabby, great pickup on one. Swings out for the second, the third if needed. No way, he's shutting it all down. Lonesome Cabby goes huge for Sashi. 4 huge frags, and I'm surprised that, you know, despite Novaq having the players, it felt like they just weren't aware at all of what Cabby was about to do.
It's just painful. It's a round that you're not necessarily expecting them to win, but it's one that they actually come into with a bit of structure, right? You start setting up there in second mid, you got the player lining up for util, and you're thinking, all right, well, you know, normally you're given a little bit of space in the early stages of the round on Inferno. That's not the case at all. Cabby is 12-0. He's taking liberties left, right, and center, and basically just doing what he wants. Forky's smoked off. That is such a cruel smoke. He's boosted over the top. Iceberg thought for a second when his crosshair was where it was, did he go for the bot shot? Doesn't end up happening. They have to just fall back and give up Banana here.
I was so sure that Novaq was waiting for this exact moment, because we have seen already in the past that Sashi have chucked in that deeper smoke in Banana. And I was hoping that Novaq were anticipating this, so that they can chuck into flashbangs, move in swiftly, get a frag or 2. That's it. That's the B bomb set open. Again, they change course. To mid they go. Lucky fires off the initial shot. His position compromised. No backup from long, however, means they have to stall these players for as long as possible. And because they had 3 players towards the B side, rotations are going to take their sweet time. Novaq are also being very slow in the approach. In fact, giving a chance for the CTs to move in. So far, so good for the CTs. There's Cabby picking up one. Lucky's there as well. Cabby chimes in with more. Oh, man.
I was gonna say, you know, Becky's there on the site with him. I was gonna tee him up as he hasn't had too many opportunities so far this game, but maybe it's his chance to add a few to the tally. And then Cabby just says, what? He starts sniffing. He goes, I smell kills. Rotates in. Snatches them all away. Another 3 for him. 15-0 he currently sits as we go into round number 8. Novaq, all a much needed tack pause. What are they gonna do here? Because once again, this is looking very reminiscent of Nuke. They are quickly running out of options, finding themselves treading water in the deep end, but there's sharks circling. It doesn't seem like there's any answer. There's any way to escape. Back onto the pistols. 1 rifle on Tasman. He's yet to find a kill here. So's Forky's. This is just that lack of damage output that we're seeing here. Detonating across the server. Business. Grenade. Oh. All right.
Yeah, I feel like this is exactly where, as a team, you need to start making something that completely doesn't make sense. Even in the previous round, I felt like Novaq, again, just respecting Sashi a bit too much. They had just kept up the pace. I mean, they only had to deal with just 2 defenders in pit. A position that is powerful, but can still be overwhelmed. How does Becky get 2? I mean, 3 players aiming to gun him down. And yet he's able to find so much impact. Luckily, a bomb plant comes in though. The CTs are being quite slow on the retake, and something tells me they're not going to go for it at all. I mean, they're more than happy to give up this round. Wow, I did not expect that.
Huh. Yeah, me neither. With the money that they've got as well, and, you know, how confident things have been, that does surprise me too. But that is maybe somewhat the iceberg way. Maybe the Jame way as well. Cabby and Zyphon haven't died yet. Maybe they want to keep that streak up. More importantly, just keep that economy afloat. Don't give that AWB to the enemies. They can afford one in this next round if they want it. Pumpkin might just buy straight into it. And that's why he was only down to the Deagle there. Didn't have the Kevlar either, saving those extra pennies. Goes into the rifle instead. As we draw closer to that halfway point, Novaq, take a second round. It's very important, but they still look quite fragile off the back of it.
Yeah, not a very convincing victory. I mean, the only reason they win it is because Sashi did not attempt to try and win it back. There we go. That's actually a huge change up from Novaq. It's been a very long time since we've actually seen them fight for top banana control, and so quickly as well. Forcing the players back, which is great. Now you can just send out 1 player here in top banana. Just, you know, chucking a flashbang, a smoke, and a cheek grenade from time to time, and the remaining CTs will have to just waste all of their utility. And at this point for Sashi, maybe that's not that big of a deal. You can see that with the amount of rounds they have won, they can actually play aggressive. Some players even taking up some forward positions. Cabby's being one of them. For the most part, this is a very precarious position, difficult indeed to hold. But if Novaq is going to keep on playing as slow as they have, not being very thorough on their approach, this could be problematic. Oh man, look at the timing.
Oh, Zyphon. Oh my, okay, there you go. I said before, Becky hadn't had many opportunities this game. Finally, he gets handed one. He delivers. Beautiful stuff. And to tag at the end there as well. Tease him up for Cabby to make it 17. He still hasn't died yet, Danny. He still hasn't died. What is going on? This is just unbelievable. Maybe another force up from Novaq, but yeah, Sashi just the same as what we saw early doors on Nuke, not giving them anything more than just 1 round here or there. And instantly biting back.
Yeah, this is pretty insane. 17 frags and 0 deaths. And it's not like, you know, just, you know, playing far back. No. Cabby is, in some of these times, the first line of contact. Oh, finally goes down. 18 frags, though. I mean, it is ridiculous. And now Novaq, I mean, going to enter the A site. They have players from long and short. Okay, that's actually a change up I respect. Maybe that will give them the site. Lucky does a good job with the Tech 9, and it's all up to Lonesome Forkies, though. 1v2 has a decent amount of time to work with. In fact, if he wants, could find some really good timing to go through mid. Iceberg sees a glimpse of the player, swings out wide, but doesn't win the fight. Okay, there's a chance. A huge one for Forkis.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity here. Got tons of space as well. Zyphon's made the wrong call, so on the other side of the map, a lengthy rotation. Once this bomb goes down, he will realize I'm interested. He is going to route down Banana. I wondered if he was going to make his way back through CT. With the amount of time he'll take, I think Forkies will start to realize, but all the pressure on Zyphon here. I mean, maybe not pressure, but it's a hell of a lot harder for him. He's got a million angles to clear. Has to walk up. Forkies doesn't lose that duel. That's exactly where he's going to be coming from. 7-3. It's another good round back from Novaq. A huge clutch from Forkies as well. Kind of puts him back in the running for this a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like that round is also good for their mental, right? To win a round where you have a 1v2 like that, Forkis, for him, that's great individually, but I feel like that's also good for the team to showcase. Right, it's not like Sashi is unbeatable. They can make mistakes. They can mess up. And I feel like it's also a nice addition that they've actually killed Cabby for the first time, so they know he's not made of steel. He can be broken. That's the confidence they absolutely need in these last couple rounds. I mean, if they actually get the last 2 rounds, I mean, we still have an okay scoreline, like I said, on the T side of Inferno. I expect the T side team to maybe get those 5 rounds. If they have them, that suddenly becomes a lot more doable to even win out the map.
One more here would make this plausible too, absolutely. Puts them in decent stead, to be honest, especially with how this has started. A couple of really close rounds, and maybe a moment like this when you're going into the final couple of the half and you've got tons of cash behind you, Sashi might start thinking that 3v3 that we could have gone for, giving us an extra shot. Maybe would have been the play, but seems like it will be an execution here towards B. Perhaps? I think they're just trying to sell a fake. Yeah, the bomb's going to go back and join the rest on A. The Fides are just going to try and sell a fake and pull a rotation over. It's done exactly that. Lucky gets some wheels on. Now it's all onto Cabby and Becky here to defend. Oh my god. You can't break these two.
Yeah, that's a bit sad. I really wanted to see, Novaq succeed at this point, but they fail at another hurdle. Well, at least they can keep these 2 weapons, which for them is actually crucial. Economically speaking, they are in dire straits. I mean, they can whip out another AK-47 on the back of it, but yeah, I also feel like this CWP has just not been working out for Novaq. I feel like it has been, if anything, just slowing down the T side, not really finding any opening frags, to say the least. It feels like if opening frags have been found for Novaq, it has been on the back of, a rifle or an SMG once they get up super close. So yeah, I feel like the op has also been a bit detrimental, but there you go. Again, Banana Control seems to be the name of the game. Oh. All right, Pumpkin. He's listening.
All right, Walkies. Following up as well. Gabby. Good response back. He is just, like, everywhere right now. It just doesn't feel like you can escape Cabby. They reach into A. Cabby's there waiting. They try and get up through the banana smoke. Cabby's there waiting. In this cruel punisher at every hurdle. He actually started to rotate back to A. I thought it was going to be there waiting for them again, but does have the wrong read. It is just going to be Becky in the corner by himself. He starts to walk up.
This has to be their round to take. No. Oh, man, that's pretty awkward. I mean, they do eliminate the one defender, which actually gives them full control of the A side. Cabby Zyphon moving in. Both players from middle. The T's don't seem to be aware of it just yet, but right about now, I think they're about to realize that we got to keep a close eye on mid. Someone might actually already appear on porch. They even still had a smoke to work with, which is pretty insane. And that is going to be Zyphon and company. Attempting the retake. Zyphon's got the angle. Oh, that is a superb headshot. Forkis flushed out with the incendiary. They're going to move in with this one. Forky's great pickup. I mean, Lonesome Cabby. No time, no life. 8-4. Novaq. I mean, at least they get the 4 rounds in. At least that's something. I mean, they win the pistol, maybe gun round. Maybe it's doable. But man, oh man, this is still turning out to be a very tough game for them.
Oh, yeah. After going down the way they did, like, what, 6-2 or something, an 8-4 is very good. But still, they're going to be trailing. This is going to be an uphill battle. Remember, folks, we do our little skin giveaway. Let's see if anyone wins something crazy. I think we saw a Nightwish last map. No purple this time. It will be an Emphosaurus instead. So, get your rifles in. Lahire, well done. Congratulations on your new M4 skin. Second half pistol is a bit of a must-win here for Novaq. I feel like if they don't take it, then what they've pulled off doesn't actually mean a whole lot. It's kind of crazy when you look at, you know, they've won 4 rounds in that half. But when you see how few kills there are on that Novaq side, it actually becomes very clear that they've only really found kills in the rounds that they've won. In a couple of them, Sashi went for these hard save calls. And in the rounds that they've lost, it's been relatively uncompetitive. Pretty top-heavy on the other side of things, though. Cabby 20-2 at the halfway mark. Becky up in second with half that kill count. Still having a good game.
Yeah, I mean, Cabby basically has as many frags as the entire Novaq squad, and that is a telltale sign of them struggling on the first half. Really hope CD sign is going to be a bit different. He actually has more
than that, right?
Oh yeah, even more than that, to be honest.
Yeah. Only by 1, but it's quite the statement, isn't it?
Oh man. CTs, I mean, up close with the dualies. Would have loved to seen another frag. Maybe Forky's going to follow up, but apparently not. Just back away with this one. Hoping to get a fadeaway tap. But so far, so good for Sashi. They have control of the bomb side. You still have 1 player behind car. I'm not sure if Neelan will expect a player in that position. Lucky. Oh, doesn't see the CT. This is where... Oh, man, this could actually really work out for Neelan. But, yeah, they realize that he's coming right from behind. Forkies is able to get 1. Now the remaining T players can focus on the B side. But maybe that's not necessary. You've got Cabby hitting shots like that. Again, a triple kill into the round. Like, this guy is on something else.
Yeah, pretty much every opportunity he's had, he's found a multi-kill, hasn't he? 2, 3, over and over and over. 9-4, that win condition that I said for Novaq to get back into this, taking that pistol round, whittles away oh so quickly. Sashi hit 9. Got the economic advantage too. Novaq going with a force, but there isn't too much weight behind it. Gonna be the pistols here.
Oh.
Wow.
The Fizz are just tapping away with the 5-7, but if anything, that's a telltale sign that Novaq has bought up. So if you're Sashi, I like the fact they're taking this one slow. Not really committing anywhere just yet, just trying to spread the forces of Novaq. As right now they're having second doubts. I mean, they don't have any presence in brackets, which is calling Neelan to rotate towards the A side. Maybe Forkis might even join his buddy. And yeah, I feel like Sashi has already done a really good job of this round. They've sent out just Lonesome Iceberg to, check in the smoke grenades and whatnot. Make sure to keep the CTs on their toes, whereas the main push is happening here at the B bomb site. But they're not really committing through the smoke. And I feel like that is a big problem because rotations are going to be swift on this side. Becky's the first man to move in, but no! Oh, how does he get them both?
Time and time again, it's proven Novaq just don't have what it takes here. Neelan with at least something. Cabby, oh god. Alright, overwhelmed by the Mach 10. Give it a second, because perhaps there's more equity than I gave them credit for. Becky in the 1v2, though. He's already found a double in this round. He's got to make it another. Oh, that is desperately close. Neelan gets away with just 8 points of health. Becky, I don't even think he meant to kill the first player that he did. A valiant attempt. It is going to be Novaq back on the board. They hold on here after a shaky force fight. But losing it probably would have just put them down and out of this game. So, that's pretty huge.
Maybe that's going to be enough for Novaq to get back into the second map. I mean, they absolutely need something. And as we have seen, yeah, Sashi, they can also make mistakes. Despite them actually doing a fantastic job, But Becky's entry. This is where Sashi also don't want to drop the ball and make sure they have what it takes to close it out. I mean, they still have rounds, which is great, but I mean, they've gone for the force by here, and if they fail, we're talking about 6 for Novaq, but what's up next is going to be Nico, so potentially 7. And if you're Sashi, in the predicament you are, there's really no need to rush. Still have all the bits and pieces of utility. In fact, they've basically taken brackets control without even throwing down a single smoke in long, or short for that matter. Right about now, they do. With 50 seconds remaining, Forky's is going to get up close. Is that good against the Tech 9s? Well, not the best choice. Neelan, luckily, he's close by. And flashbang from his teammate as well. Now, that is some solid teamwork. And the Fizzer alone on the B side racks up the final kills.
Okay, so Tech 9 round falls flat for Sashi. They're not able to give Novaq a taste of their own medicine with the pistol round win. I'll have to eat the eco here. It'll go 9-7. And we are at least delivered what we asked for, right? Which was a closer affair, a more competitive map from Novaq. I don't want to draw the line in the sand there and say that's all we're getting, because they certainly could still pull this back their way. However, there's no doubt about the fact they've given us something more here than they did on Nuke. Be in the corner, clock in hand, will be cleared. Defies her, no mercy.
Has to be expected. You want to see Novaq win a round like this in a convincing manner without dropping a single player would be great, but also make sure Sashi don't get anything out of this round. No map control, no bomb plant, no nothing. They can actually do that. I mean, those 7 rounds for Novaq are looking very likely, and I wouldn't be too surprised if, Sashi is starting to feel perhaps some pressure. Might consider taking the tactical pause after this one. Oh, God, great positioning with the MP9. Nice little bait and switch. You have no idea about the Fizzer's positioning. Oh, wow, that is... Okay. Fair enough.
However it comes, Device is actually starting to pick up some kills here as well. He will be just the third player on the server to hit double digits. Wasn't expecting it to come out of one of the Novaq guys, but we end up seeing round number 19. The rifle's back out for Sashi. Device still sticking on that trusty MP9. It's done him well. He's done him some favours in these past couple of rounds. Other stuff here from Sashi. Oh god, Divisor. Jeez, look at this confidence. That's ridiculous.
Oh wait, they have no idea. They have no idea about the Fizzer's positioning. I mean, look at this as well. I mean, yeah, sure. He's only with the MP9. That gives him confidence, but the Pfizer, he's coming alive in the second half. And I wouldn't say that Sashi has walked into a brick wall, but it's as close as it gets for Novaq to actually show up at a round like this. Oh, come on. Can't have both players on the boost at the same time.
Springing to life, showing some serious confidence here. It's absolutely what you need, Becky. Wow. Okay, not a fight. I was expecting him to win. Device has been fired up, but he was actually already holding that angle, anticipating that duel. He's going to pull one of the A players back off, but it won't do Sashi any favors. They do want to try and end up here on this B site. They start to rain over. Should buy them a little bit of leg room here onto B. They still need to take care of Forkies at the back of the bomb site. Pumpkin with the spam through the smoke. We'll find that first. Trade out Becky eventually. Good pick from Iceberg. They'll be able to get this plant down by the looks of things. Yeah, spam misses the mark.
He's gonna try to move up here. Fair enough. The T's definitely need a frag in Banana. Oh, Iceberg has no idea about Banana though. That's a good chance for Tasman to move in. No! How does he do it? Iceberg bomb is planted for him. Might be able to pull this one off as he swings out wide, though. Pumpkin is able to get that one triple up for him. A huge round for Sashi to lose. I mean, you saw as well, they actually did a pretty good job at still attempting to return into this round, make it competitive. I mean, from the get-go, it was a 5v3 for Novaq. And I was so sure that, yeah, that's basically the end of this round, but Sashi still find a way into the bomb site, making it competitive. Competitive indeed. Right now, we're talking about a potential 9-9 scoreline. I mean, Sashi, they'll go for this partial investment because they are about to reach maximum lose money bonus. But you can finally see that Novaq is coming alive on the CT side.
I mean, that one was Pumpkin's round, but you have to give so much credit to Defizer. Just in these last couple, the way that he's woken up, and the way that he's found this form, this confidence. You see it even there in the last. Just, guys, we can't get complacent. We can't get stagnant. Sashi have been abusing that all day long. Got to try and get up in their faces. That's exactly what he does with the MP9. Nade stack onto cart. Defizer will escape without too much damage inflicted. Now just on the site, CT smoke goes up. He's going to be charged by the Tech 9s and overwhelmed by Becky. Not like this. Oh, Forkies.
Oh no, how was he not aware? That's a big mistake right now. They're going to chuck in a smoke. They basically have just smoked themselves off at the choke points. They're not able to commit on the B bomb set. I mean, they've basically lost the round here, Novaq. Of all the rounds to lose, not one that's just with, well, shall I say, against mere pistols. Oh, and it doesn't get even better. Iceberg is able to find Pumpkin. Tasman might be able to save the snap rifle. That might be the only saving grace of this round, but Sashi, man. Double digits. Did not expect to see this round go their way. Not at all.
Yeah, me neither. I thought Defizer called that well too. Give up the banana control, but it's just letting those Tech 9s close the gap on you, and Novaq making a bold call to put 4 on the A-bomb site early. Rotation not quick enough. It's just a bad time for a commitment like that. An overcommitment. Retake just not viable. So, still a bit of money to work with here for the CTs. They'll jump back in with the rifles. Pumpkin on that AWP that was saved from the last rest with the M4s. Here for Sashi. Much of the same. No AWP in their court, but that's kind of out of choice. Not necessarily necessity. There was enough cash for one. They just don't really want a T-side AWP here on Inferno. It's a little bit difficult to get activated. Lucky's very capable with the rifle. So here we go. Round number 19.
Early on in Banana, for the most part, usually is a battle of utility. Who's going to dish out more util damage? Right now, the T's are definitely doing a really good job, but finally, Pumpkin will follow up with that sniper rifle. Pfizer is yet to reveal his position at first. Oranges, as he swings, the M4 is simply not good enough, and Pumpkin goes for the spam. Oh, gets the leg in on Becky. Good damage inflicted. Some of these players are incredibly low in HP, but I feel like, yeah, the A-side defenders are taking their sweet time to rotate, still believing someone might be on the flank. And this could be problematic. They still have the 2 kits to work with, but 20 seconds have already passed. They're getting close to the bomb site. Not finding anyone. The T's are well entrenched. Becky,
Ooh.
Iceberg, no time to work with as well. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's going to be enough. That's going to get the frags in, but there's simply no time. And Sashi have done it. Yeah, time was of the essence in that round.
Pumpkin going down with a bomb there as well. It just feels so unnecessary. The money is problematic for the CTs going into these final couple of rounds. The round was already lost. They'd established that 10 seconds prior. And still just hungry for those kills. Gets a little bit tunnel visioned and ends up losing probably the most valuable asset that they had. They are just about able to pull out another, but surrounded by just the pistols. They're having to conserve their cash for this one here. Number 20 should go the way of Sashi. That would bolster them onto 12. These last couple haven't been as convincing as we've seen previously, but still looking good in the process. And yes, Inferno just sort of showing itself as this save simulator that we so often see. CT side just so difficult, so unviable to get back into the bomb sites after their loss. Becky, where there's one close. Ooh, good timing. How is he still alive? Doesn't even take a tag there. He'll just slip away as if nothing happened.
Just the spam through the paper-thin walls. That's it. And on the back of it, Sashi is going to go for pretty simple execute, it feels like, but I'm really surprised they've already deployed all of their utility here. They're going to break the smoke, though. The Pfizer is in a pretty okay position with a 5-7, doing a lot of good work. Kneel it as well, and it's them just running into free players. Lucky, so low HP, but so is Forkus. That is a, wow, that is a very, very awkward round. I mean, I don't know. I felt like Sashi, with the amount of time they had, the amount of utility they had to work with, I feel like this is just not one of those rounds where you should be going for just a straight up execute onto the side. I mean, they have no idea what kind of investment they're up against. If they're up against pistols, they could always be running into a stack, because that's usually the type of rounds where you expect the CTs to do something a bit more unorthodox. And so for Novaq to steal that one away, I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Playing through the smoke like that is on a round where realistically they should know that they're against a low investment. No idea what's waiting for them on the other side. Had a minute left on that clock. There was no major pressure to aggress as quickly as they did, but paying off for them. Now, a chance for double digits here. Novaq might come a little harder than they were expecting. Zyphon, the good trade. Iceberg had already found that first, so a 3 versus 3. C4 is going to go down. No contention on the B site. And again, look how slow these rotates are. Pumpkin and Tasman are still on this A site. Pumpkin is dead set on the fact that there's someone lingering around brackets. And only now will they start working their way over.
Once again, I feel like they're taking their sweet time here, but you also don't want to push through the smoke grenades. That is just suicide. Might as well just back away at this point, perhaps. They're still going for it. Maybe there's a chance, but not anymore.
Oh, wow.
Cabby delivers. 12 rounds for Sashi. Again, they just close it out. Novaq, I felt like they were a bit timid. I felt like, I mean, you see the smoke grenades right in front. There's barely any time remaining. Perhaps it would have been better. Let's try and save the guns because, yeah, coming into this final round, you can see economically it is rough. It is really rough for Novaq.
Yeah, you are not wrong. Especially with that disadvantage on the retake. The AWP being one of the hardest tools to put to good use there in that kind of situation. Gonna get another one out. Pumpkin. That's where it thrives. The opening pick in the round. Using that early man advantage. Desperate for overtime here on Inferno.
Oh, just look at the pace as well. Sashi even having a player close by second mid. Thinking we might see some aggression, and they were right about it. Nealon goes for the desperate play, and already they're in a very winnable position, Novaq. 2 frags being found. Some map control in exchange for that, but it's the kills that matter so much. And right now, Sashi losing. Unless... Oh, can they? Try to win at the gunfight against a very armed and dangerous Pumpkin. But the way this round is going with just 40 seconds remaining, there's not a lot of options remaining. So perhaps to check in the smoke grenades, break the aforementioned smoke in front, and just move into the site, but oh.
There's 3 ways on the other
time.
side for them, though. This is the problem. Perfect flashbang. Relies on a trade from Lucky that does come through. They've got to keep pressing with 20 seconds left. Back turn for the fight. Forkies will take both. Novaq hold on, and they hold on nicely. 4 players staying alive will do them a lot of favors as well. Hazman, so far away. You can't actually upgrade that Galil into anything better, despite the fact there were rifles strewn all over the floor, but 12 to 10. Sashi. 2 more chances to close, and this surely won't be the one that they do it in. Just Glocks to work with. Lucky on a P250. Cabby with the same. Looks like we're going the distance here on Inferno.
Definitely a much more competitive affair than what we saw at the first one. Oh, Becky might actually...
Oh.
I wanted to say he might find some good timing, but there was still a player in library in the form of Nealon. So, in a round like this, I mean, you can't really hope much. If this would be around, say, a lot earlier in the half, then you could say, oh, I mean, they might just, waste their opponent's utility, make that upcoming reinvestment a little bit more expensive. But this is the last round, so the CTs would still have just enough money to, get the full kit, util, diffusals, and whatnot. But Pumpkin is still in a bit of a awkward position, but as he sees the first, I was really hoping that he's not going to go for any more fights, just see the first and back away. Oh, they might just overwhelm him. Nealon does do a good job.
Oh, no.
Gets himself a second, a third. Zyphon now being left in a somewhat dual position. I mean, he's got the op to work with. Oh, that was super close.
Yeah, that was almost painfully close. That would have sent this into a 2v2, by the way. An eco round. Iceberg's found himself an M4. They have got a little bit of space here on the A-bomb site if he wants to try and tap in this plant. They'll start to press up from short in the meantime, but give him the room to get those digits plugged in. Over the top, Iceberg. Oh, I think he's been spotted, yeah. They have a decent idea of this. He's just going to try and stay alive. Give space to Zyphon. There in Library. Oh, timing's just ever so slightly off. A second, a split second, a fraction of it later. He would have seen that elbow and perhaps had a shot at that one, but denied. Forkies will take both, and Novaq just about hold on. Way too close for comfort, though, against pistols. That should fill Sashi with a little bit more confidence going into this last of regulation.
Yeah, considering that was basically a full eco, that got out of hand a bit too quick for my liking. That's the problem as well. The AWP being the first point of contact, he dies. The T's recovered super quickly and rather easily as they eliminated Nealon as well. And suddenly, they not only get a bomb plant, a post plant, a doable one, 2 weapons to work with. That could have gone out of hand super quickly. Novaq covers. Oh man, this is the changeup I did not expect to see. Look at the pace from Sashi. Zyphon moving in super quick, and oh my goodness, there's only one player on the A side in the form of Tasman. He goes down. Novaq thought this might just be the round where they keep those players early on the B side. And right now they have full control of A side, a bomb plant, and a very winnable post plant.
I'll be honest, Danny, I saw this coming from a mile away. Sashi have been so hyper-focused on B throughout this entire half, and the second that they go in with the eco onto the A site, they expose major vulnerabilities. They realise that it's heavily under-defended. They can just send it in with the rifles, do exactly what they did with the Glocks, but with the bigger guns and the Kevlar behind it. Now a 2v3 to try and hold on to. The awkward flash wipes out Cabby. Zyphon and Becky back the other way. And the 1v1 on short. Forkies comes out on top. He's just about on the defuse in the nick of time. We're going to OT.
Now, that was a super close round as well. Coming down to Forkies, another clutch for him. 21. I mean, that is for a player that must have ended the first half with maybe 3, 4, maybe at max 6 frags to now have 21. That is a pretty big change up. And man, oh man, I was so sure that Sashi have that one in the bag, knowing the positioning of the remaining T players. And yet for Forkies, that is exactly what he needed. He knew the positioning, and he swung out wide to take care of the apartments player and then the player inside. I mean, you saw that he just wasn't able to react quickly enough. And man, oh man, do we have a game on our hands. The CT side is OP.
That is something that will come into effect here. Once again, remember, Sashi are very good on their CT half. As long as they can take 1 or 2 here, they should be feeling pretty comfortable and confident. When they get back on that defense, they can do exactly what they did first time round. For you folks watching, overtime means more chances to win prizes. So, get that exclamation mark Galaxy typed in the chat, and at the halfway point, we will do another roll for a skin. A little bit of a technical pause before going further into this. Everyone's still in the server, so I reckon this is more than likely just a toilet break, something of the sort. We should be good to go soon.
Now, this is also a good chance to just, get a bit of a mental reset if you're Sashi. Because just think about this as well. You end the half with 8 rounds, you win the pistol, and you were so close on winning that second round as well. We could have very easily seen just the 11-4 scoreline at the start of that second half, and we probably are not in this position at all. But Sashi have definitely fumbled in a few of these rounds. Admittedly, it was also Novaq that I found their stride at the CT side, despite some of the mistakes. They have been looking a lot better here. This is the squad we wanted to see throughout this entire best of 3. Sure, Nuke was just a slip-up. Now they're coming alive when it matters most, and again, this is overtime of the second map. We might still see a third map upon us in the form of Ancient. That one's going to be pretty hard to predict, I feel like. A map that could still go either way. As we can see, pause has come to an end. I guess it was more of a technical pause than of the tactical nature. And surprisingly, we do see a sniper rifle in the hands of Lucky. Now, they know that Novaq will have plenty of util to work with and plenty of guns as well. On the back of that confidence, you could see someone like Pumpkin to play aggressive, but from what I've seen, Pumpkin doesn't seem to be your typical aggressive operator. It seems to be, you know, capable of holding certain angles, misses the shot, retreats, tries to go for another one. In this case, though, some banana presence from the CT side, though Fork is losing a lot of health early on.
Yeah, this is not your man that you want dead early. In a round like this and in overtime in general. It's been having so much impact for Novaq. Single-handedly getting it over the line and into OT for them. I feel like he needs to be the one to finish it off as well. Pumpkin, let's draw first blood. That's that AWP getting active on the B site. Creeping forward, Cabby takes contact. Won't expect a wide swing like that. Defies it. Good for another. Should anticipate this. Yeah, the timing's pretty perfect. They're just going to shut this right down. Lots of damage taken, but things still looking very comfortable here for Novaq.
Oh, this is phenomenal. I mean, a great round for Novaq. Good timings as well being found. Not only that, we even saw glimpses of teamwork, which really was just in the right time. They absolutely needed it. And now look at this. Nealon shooting Zephon at the back of the head. Now that is a statement. 13-12. Obviously, you want to see Novaq win the majority of the rounds on the CT side because, as we saw, T side for them has been somewhat difficult to get the first across the finish line. And, I mean, we are playing with 10k money, so they can't keep on buying every single round here, Sashi. So next time around, if they fail, that last round purchase is going to be pretty damn weak. So you want to see them make the best of what they have. I mean, Lucky with the sniper again. This is the player you expect to find at least some kind of opening frag. Might be seeing that engagement against Pumpkin. Oh, there we go. Pumpkin in the apartments has the back of a Tasman. A huge change-up, though looks like they're just going to back away. It looks like they might have been spammed by someone like Cabby, so they're going to play it safe. And they have lost control of the apartments.
In the past, a lot of tournament organizers would take their own approach to OT money, but it does seem pretty standardized now that, you know, it's just 10k. And it can cause problems. It absolutely causes problems. We see scenarios like this where, as you say, if Sashi lose this round, they'll have really no money to work with going into the final of this first half. Things do get complicated. Cabby tucked in the corner. Ready to take this fight. Holding for the short push. No one will go for it. With 40 seconds left, they've done a decent amount of early util damage. They need to materialize something off of it.
Man, this is not looking good. 25 seconds. They got to push onto the A bomb site right now. I mean, they just don't have any more time, but are they... What? I'm not even sure what's the game plan. They still want to hit the B bomb site, but they have barely any time remaining. You can see that the CTs are reading the situation super well. They have not moved an inch from the B bomb site, and Devisor's position is going to be enough. In fact, there's no time. Devisor, there we go. Backside comes in one, almost a second. Man, Sashi, they mess up that round big time. I'm surprised they just didn't kept a close eye on the clock, and perhaps with... what was it, 28 seconds remaining, just commit on the A bomb side. Just forget about that plan to even hit the B side. There just simply wasn't any time remaining. No time at all.
That's a huge fumble and a terrible time for it. 14-12, we were talking about the money and the cash problems that would come if they lost that round. Now, to be fair, saving 2 rifles does ever so slightly change that. We will still see 5 rifles in play. Tough stuff. No AWP. 2 Galils. Becky back in the apartments trying to create space. Zyphon fully blinded here on Banana. A good trade by Iceberg. Sashi are sinking fast. Here on Inferno, a map that they once had full control of. And even in regulation, a 1 versus 1 to close it out.
Oh.
Oh my god, Forkies, that is unreal.
Ship them out. Send them back where they came from. Cabby and Becky just... There's no way they're pulling this one through. 55 seconds. In terms of time, there's an okay amount of it. But even if they somehow take the B bombs, so they'd have to do so cleanly, and usually that's not the case for the T's. You kind of expect just to lose 1 player on the entry alone. Not to mention, Fork is on the other end. And 2 mollies for Neelan as well as Forkis. They can keep on stalling the T's. 25 seconds. Neelan in a pretty good position. Second oranges. Becky is going to be careful about it. He does check the corner, but simply not quick enough. And 15. Wow, Novaq. I mean, to me, this is a pretty obvious win for Novaq. I feel like, yeah, with Forkis hitting shots like that, this just has to be the end for Sashi. I mean, look at the timing he found as well. Unreal.
Yeah, that is quite the turn of events for me, to be honest. That really was not expecting this. Now, with both teams being so good, so potent on their CT side, it wouldn't completely surprise me if we see Sashi return the favor with 3 of their own, but we'll see. That's a tough task. Maybe we're asking a little too much of them. First, we'll spin our case and give someone some free skins. I think it's going to be another Nightwish. No, a Jawbreaker. Okay. Tyke Rock, congratulations. Pop your trade URL in the chat. We'll get that sent over to you. Here we go. All or nothing. Sashi need 3.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty rough for Sashi. I mean, they still had a pretty solid CT side, but this is now a completely different Novaq squad. You can see early on, Miles being thrown out. They're looking a lot vibrant than what we saw in the past. They were stuck in black and white. Noir style. Oh, but that's a good start. Lucky.
Oh, no.
Able to find one. Becky, but a good response as well. Give it a chance to peek out for, what was it, the 2nd or 3rd time. And now, Forkies and Tasman remaining. Now, fair enough. Forkies has been hitting some great shots. Something I can't really say about Tasman, though. And I like the fact that Sashi taking their sweet time on the retake.
Yeah, clear everything out. That's what's needed. Tasman does manage to find one. I'll give up his location as they'll find Forkies in the meantime. Around this smoke, Cabby trying to put on a little bit of pressure. Iceberg's just going to jump on that defuse and they'll shut him down, no trouble. So, not bad. Sashi will make it 13, but still some vulnerability, some issues there, you know, Lucky. I can't believe he gets so many shots at that.
Yeah.
Seeing them continuously peek into long. He really should have been punished. And if he had been punished, I'm not sure the round goes the way that it does.
I'm definitely with you on that one. I felt like Lucky was in a position where he should have been isolated at the very least. Novaq. Just wanted to play that one fast and loose. Oh, Iceberg, that is a lot of damage inflicted. Just keeps on going for the spray and waddles forward. Oh, Focus Waiting for a chance of his own. Gets the frag with Siphon. Great shot, but Iceberg is a little bit quicker on the reply. A 4v3. Still Banana firmly in the hands of the CTs. And Becky, he's been showing up here on the A-bomb side. Oh, there might actually be just a player slipping through the grasp. Becky, though, seems to be somewhat aware there could be someone in short. Right now, those footsteps give it away. Nealon, great pickup on one. Lucky goes down to Pumpkin. This might actually be it. Novaq have control of the site. Cabby and Iceberg, obviously they want to attempt this one. But Iceberg is... What? Wasting a lot of time right now.
And they need to speed this up. Iceberg's the one with the util. Pop that smoke over. Flash to come over the top. Deployed it yet. There we go. Won't blind anybody. It's just going to be a little bit of an avenue for Cabby to creep his way forward. But Novaq deny at the door. And 16-13. I have absolutely no idea, frankly, how they have managed to pull that one off after, you know, such a disappointing first half, losing the pistol. Insane work being done there from Novaq. But I'm excited to see what's in store for us on map 3 now, because it felt like Sashi ran out of steam there. Cabby finished the first half 20-2, Danny. 20-2.
Yeah.
And he found 9 kills in the second. And no one else was even really able to catch up with him. That was just such a bizarre game.
I mean, you could say that
well,
Forkers
that's not
was
Cabby,
kind of
that's
hot in his...
Iceberg.
It's all right. It's all right. We'll get there. I feel like if there was a player that was hot on Cabby's heels, it was obviously Forkers. You know, on that second half, the player definitely came alive in more than one instance. He was able to find some impactful clutches as well, let alone that one in regulation with the scoreline was 12-11. So I feel like this is a win that definitely rejuvenates a team like Novaq. Sure, it was a long-fought battle. It was a long haul. But at the same time, after winning the way they did, that's going to be heartbreaking for Sashi, and they know it. They had all the chances in the world to close out that map. In some instances, they definitely messed up. There were also moments where at times they simply got unlucky. And as we jump to the third map of the best of 3, that's a pretty okay map for Novaq as well. I mean, Sashi has played a lot of it just because it is a cornerstone of a lot of teams in World Counter-Strike, but they haven't really found a lot of success. So that could be problematic for them.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I'm still kind of in shock that Sashi weren't able to close that one out. I really don't know what's in store for us for map 3. I think, you know, their previous results obviously come into play here, but also I think the biggest factor for Sashi right now is they're just going to be feeling robbed. You know, they're going to be thinking, man, we should have just closed that out in 2. Like, I think every round that they play on Ancient, they're going to be feeling like they shouldn't even be there. So this gets a little bit tricky as we go into map number 3, I feel. But they're a mentally resilient team. They're a team that have been together for a while, and they should be able to bounce back and recover. Don't go anywhere, folks. We have got that third and final map coming up very, very soon. It is going to be Ancient, and it should be a blast. So, yeah, join us back around about 15 minutes' time. We'll be ready with the action. Welcome back, folks. We are about to jump into a third map that I think most people weren't expecting to see, but we are treated today here in Galaxy Battle. Novaq pulled off an unbelievable comeback, winning their map pick of Inferno after, just being absolutely stomped in that first half. As we mentioned before, Cabby finished the first half 20-2 and, finished the game without breaching the 30-kill mark. So Novaq certainly found the answer for it. Now we jump into this third and final decider of Ancient, and honestly, I think this is a bit of a coin flip. Anyone's game here. Danny, anyone that you're leaning towards, or are you in the same boat?
To be honest, now that we can actually look back at what happened in the previous maps, and also we have the perspective of what happened in the second map, I feel like if we're talking about, the intangibles like momentum and who's looking better right now, I would definitely give it to Novaq. And we also have some stats to back this up as well. I mean, if we take a look at how they've been playing on Ancient, it's been kind of okay. I mean, they had played against teams like Arcred, Rush B, Wild Lotus, and they've actually won against them. Sure, to get absolutely wrecked by Monty just a couple days ago. But at the same time, it feels like this is somewhat of a solid map for Novaq. Not their best, sure, but a map they could definitely play. Whereas in the likes of Sashi, they have been somewhat struggling on it. Especially, past couple of ones for them have been pretty difficult. And despite them playing the map loads, their results are just all over the place. So losing to relative unknown CIS teams, then losing against some European mixtures as well. So I feel like Novaq is the team that should win this map. I feel like they have what it takes to pull it off. And right now, it is a lot of firepower in heaven. We have 4 CTs going for these gunfights. Siphon able to step up with another. Becky's there with the dualies. And despite the hype, looks like this one's going to have to go to Sashi. Unless... No.
No unless they're wrapped up comfortably. Cabby survives with just 1 HP. Quite fitting. He was the crazy catalyst in that last map. But Becky's Julies were really sort of spiced things up on that bomb site. They had managed to breach that site itself. They got past the long player. They'd found an early entry, but nothing more came from that kill onto Zyphon. He was there to deliver the bad news. Full spy, despite the fact that they didn't get the bomb plant. There isn't too much behind it. It is just Tech 9s and a chunky grenade. Gets them sponged up early. Iceberg will only go 1 for 1, though. Forky's on a good trade.
Still pretty good for the T side, especially with this elaborate ruse. CT is completely unaware of what's happening on A side, and now as the mollies come in, it's pretty obvious. Now, the thing about the A side is always that it's relatively easy to take on the T side. It becomes a lot more difficult to try and fend off the incoming CTs, and the big problem is the player coming in through main. Cabby will have a really good position, though perhaps the CTs are neglecting Red Room entirely. That could be a huge mistake because he's getting close. He gets the one Tasman, but now his position is known, compromised, and there's no way he's winning this one. Nope. Doesn't have a good angle. Might recover with the M4. It's a full 10-second defuse, though. Zyphon with the body block. All right. I mean, it saves the round, so it's all that matters.
Wow. Okay. Well, not bad. Not bad. A bomb plant and 3 kills isn't terrible for Novaq, but it's not the outcome they were hoping for after the force buy there. Tasman will come out with an M4, so a little bit of a sort of scattered investment around it. Forky's comes in with that Tech 9. Neelan will jump in with a Deagle and armor as well. This won't be a full eco. There's not going to be too much weight behind it. Needs to hit the head, though, Becky. Smooth little drive-by. MP9 will take the first Cabby for another. That's the M4 out of commission as well, so this round just looking bleak here for Novaq. Only remaining are the two Glocks that can't really have any say in this, especially without the Kevlar. Both 0 and 2.
Yeah, this is difficult for the remaining players. Not expecting much out of them, but Pumpkin has been saving up cash. I expect him to bring out the sniper rifle in the upcoming one. The Pfizer still has the flash though, Bede. Oh, but he misses it. Oh no, it was actually intentional for him to pop out, but now they know. Pumpkin has been turned into soup. Great soup, by the way. Pumpkin soup is probably my favorite, alongside mushroom soup.
That feels like a very Baltic statement. My girlfriend's into all sorts of weird soups and things as well. She's Polish. Me as a Western European that just eats like very beige food. My diet is very beige, Danny. I'm not interested in pumpkin soup. I'm more of a chicken nuggets and chips kind of guy.
And beans. Let's not forget the beans.
No, not beans.
Not the beans.
No beans. No beans. Not for me.
Oh, Tasman. Alrighty then. Spans through the smoke, gets a pretty big frag on one, but Becky yet to reveal himself. And as he does, he gets a pretty big frag on Forkis. I was so sure that on the back of it, might be seeing a full-on advancement on B side from Novaq. But they still have plenty of time to work with. Pumpkin has the sniper, finally deploys it to good use. That gives them full control of middle. In fact, the CT again re-advancing now. That is some really slick timing for Iceberg.
With 45 seconds left, they're still the ones that need to make the move here. It seems like that move's going to be towards the B bomb site, but they do have options. They don't have to commit to this. It's just a lot harder to go elsewhere when you don't have any map control, any info for the past 40 seconds. They're just going to waltz their way in. Both defenders here, ready and waiting. No util except this single smoke grenade here for Pumpkin. A deadly cross has to be made. Becky's ready and waiting. The molly onto the site will slow things down further. Iceberg with a big headshot. Becky follows up. And just like that, it is clinical from Sashi. We're able to take a fourth and just keep things so tidy here on Ancient.
A solid round here for the CT side. Becky has been playing some really solid CS on B-bomb, so I love the fact as well that he's playing in that off-angle position where if you're coming in through ramp, you're not really going to see him, but if you're also making your way out of cave, you also can't really see Becky. The only time you can see him is if Becky actually swings out wide, or if you're on the T side, decide to swing out wide, it might be a bit too late, not expecting a player in that position in particular. So far, if you're Novaq, the B side is definitely an area of the map you don't want to contest. Becky has been hitting some great shots, so instead, show some presence towards Donut. Haven't seen Zyphon being contested just yet. That smoke, oh, I feel like it lands a bit too late. Still able to go down. And now Iceberg given confidence as well. Up in heaven he goes. He knows the remaining players are now just entering the A-bomb side through Donut. That still gives them a chance at a bomb plant. Unlucky. Oh, big frag with the visor. And Tasman, low HP, becomes an easy target.
I don't think they're going to be too phased by the fact they've given up the plant there. It's not ideal, but it's fine. They'll shrug that right off. And know that Novaq are going to be on to a full investment here anyway. 5-0. Keeping 3 rifles alive for themselves. AKs, nonetheless, as well. Do we see Cabby buy an AWP here and do a little switcheroo with Lucky? No, they are just going to go for 5 rifles. They've got more than enough money to invest into a sniper if they want it. They're opting against that. There'll be no one to counter Pumpkin here.
To be fair, where he's going, the most important counter is util. It has slowed things down. Oh man, Lonesome Zyphon peeking out. I suppose Cabby was just keeping a close eye on Elbow, but I felt like that could have been organized a little bit better. Cabby, man of the hour of the previous map, is able to evade the sniper rifle bullet. But they are losing a lot of presence in middle. It's no wonder that Becky has abandoned his usual post. Now keeping a close eye on Red Room. Oh, I might actually see a really cool reaggression for the CT side. There we go. On the back of it, you absolutely need to go for it. Becky gets his. Cabby coming in through Pop Dog as well. Oh my goodness, that is such a great setup.
Seems unbreakable, doesn't it? How do you play against this? The visor takes the contact with the one, thinks that he's in the clear, but oh, lucky on the awkward angle. Thought he'd win that fight. The visor snappy on the reaction, but still a lot of work to do. Forky's carving out a path here. With the smoke going down, he expects them to press it. Becky, the monster trade through the smoke, now been tagged down low, USP in hand, has to hope that he doesn't get taken out by that nade. That is such a mess at the end. I'm not sure why Sashi allow themselves to make such a meal of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look how this round played out, I mean, the way they approached this mid-round, I mean, this was lovely. Obviously, they weren't really expecting that Becky will be the first one to be activated, but at the same time, this is the type of round where I was so sure that Sashi will win, and yet they kind of mess it up. That is a bit frustrating, but it's a start for Novaq. He absolutely needed this one round. Tasman, man, that was quick. Good flash being deployed, though. You saw that Cabby had to kill that player with just slimmer of HP remaining. How difficult it could have been. But either way, there's still a really solid defense on the B side of things. In fact, you could say that this is a very safe setup from Sashi. I mean, they're not even contesting middle, let alone keeping a player in red room, despite Tasman showing up in that area of the map and Sashi unaware of what's happening in middle.
Iceberg. They drop it back a little bit, 1-for-1 early on. Now being able to trade out Xiphon, but they say bomb site looking increasingly vulnerable. There's still 3 stacked up here towards B. And that little spam from Neelan will keep them busy for a few more seconds. They're worried about a flank. They've given up full mid control. Cabby having a bounce between the 2 angles. They drop that smoke. Focus back onto main, but there is already a boost up. I don't think he's going to be ready for this. Oh, it's a bit of a fumble. Cabby now knows what's up. Rotate's coming in thick and fast, but spray down almost gets both. They're right back in this.
It's very doable. They're so close. Oh man, Pumpkin. I mean, he sees that shadow a mile away. He knows there's a player in Temple. That could be part. I'm trying to keep it close side that position. Now Pumpkin needs to hit a shot. Finally gets so on Becky. Iceberg. That's his time to shine as he moves in, sees the player, but it's Pumpkin to come out on top. And now Lucky, very awkward position, not able to get into the side. There's still a player in Donut, and it's Pumpkin to get the third. Pretty silent game, I'd say, for Pumpkin these past couple rounds, but finally he comes alive. But you could also make the case that perhaps Sashi, maybe they should have coordinated that retake a little bit better, because I felt like Pumpkin had a fair amount of room to work with, despite the pressure that was being applied.
They just feed Pumpkin there. It's kind of wild. Difficult to get him off the angle, don't get me wrong. Iceberg, you know, is being held and the shadow is so cruel, but one by one into the belly of the beast. No opportunity. Gabby, decent start, swings out wide, hungry for more, ends up getting traded as a result. That's that one weapon that they had in play gone as well, the MP9, behind enemy lines. Pretty much unrecoverable. Novaq have still got plenty of options. Oh, it's a big kill.
Oh, that's actually... Wow, that was actually an okay start for Sashi, but eventually the kills go the way of Novaq. And now it is Lonesome Becky. And you could see, I mean, Neelan and company can abandon their post. Go towards B, like the fact they're doing it so together. Still have some utility to work with to Gotta make sure the entry on the B bomb site is with the least amount of casualties. Look at that bomb planet as well, so wonder if someone might even consider going for the hunt. Looks like it's gonna be Neelan. Should spot out the player. There we go. Gets that final frag. Sashi, of course. That will return with a great investment of their own.
Okay. Novaq putting some wheels behind this again. They're here to play on Ancient. They're not just going to keel over and lose. They've shown us a lot of grit and determination throughout this series. Certainly saw that in their comeback campaign at the end of Inferno. A lot more to do here. Neelam smokes the molly, presses forward. Incendiaries won't stop him. Flashes over the top. Will. A bit of a stalemate here. With nade as well. Won't land where he wants it to.
It's a wonder as well, Tasman has been consistently probing at middle, and these past couple of rounds have been a lot more successful. Forkis though, man, that is a very awkward two-man setup. I wonder who's gonna have the advantage. I feel like Becky, I mean, with such a off angle, should at least get the one. But both players so close by that that nade does a lot of good damage. Yeah, Neelan, he knows there's a second player close by. Tasman is able to find one in middle and the second one to boot. I mean, the A side usually has that one defender at Donut. This is where, if you're Novaq, I feel like you should just group up and hit the A side. At the same time, I mean, they can slow it down. 40 seconds. Pumpkin has the high ground. And Iceberg is definitely feeling the pressure. There's really no intel to play off. So he might even consider to, you know, either push aggressive or just to back away, because there's still a player in cave. And as we could see, that one smoke grenade is going to be enough. Tasman has secured a site. And they'll have this round under wraps.
They certainly will. Another one has to be given up here for Sashi. Neelam picks off the head of Iceberg, not even allowing him to save it. Zyphon all by himself. He cheats into the corner, block the damage. Neelam follows up, and there you go. 4 on the board. Sashi losing control very quickly. Deeper into the belly of the beast. None of a 10. It's just going to be pistols. This is almost certainly going to tie up.
That's definitely looking very plausible. Despite the early success of Sashi, it feels like Novaq just seems to be, you know, a slower starter of a team. They need time before they can finally get cooking. And here, I mean, I would have actually expected someone like Sashi to maybe push out a main. That's my go-to on a force buy or on an eco. They're putting a bit more emphasis on the A side hold, though, even having 2 players in Donut. Tasman seems to be in his element. Despite him, you know, struggling a fair amount on Inferno, here he's doing a really good job. You know, he's the one defender, constantly keeping a close eye on A main as well as middle, making sure there's no one coming in but a flank or anything, which gives the remaining players an ease of mind to just work their way on B. And this is 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Right about now, they will clear out cave. I'm surprised that the Sashi players, they're just still sticking towards A side, not even flinching. No rotates, no nothing.
Yeah, this is much slower round, actually. You know, Novaq, I'm surprised they take as long as they do to get that. Or even, it's not even about getting the bomb down. It's about going for it in the first place. It's another nade stack to deny. Sashi, this is well drilled. Now on the retake, they'll have a 2-man advantage, but it doesn't last long. Forky spray for both. Still, the trades are decent. Defizer left all by himself, expected by Lucky and Sashi.
Clip it.
That is so sick. That is so sick. I have never seen anything like that. And that is such an iceberg-esque play to say, yeah, we'll go for the half buy. For the 5-7s and the Kevlar, everybody buy a nade. I've got an idea. Let's play retake B, and let's just relentlessly deny the plant. Oh, my. It's the way that they compose it as well, and they stagger it. They don't all 5 throw their HEs on the first tap. They 2, and then 2 again. That's so sick, Danny.
That was, I mean, exactly my reaction. Just clip that round. Have it in your bank next time around. You want to go for an eco or a half buy on Ancient. Such a cool, nifty play to pull off when the going gets tough. Novaq, though, a swift change of pace. They've already taken control of the bomb site. Becky, I waxed lyrical how well he played in that position, but he did not expect the incoming flank. They still have some good positions here in Cave. Might go for the spam, but instead, Zyphon. That smoke is just not giving anything to work with. Oh, there's already a player in ramp, and that's already a solid crossfire. One player in T-spawn and the other one ramp. Iceberg really needs to get a move on, but from what I can tell, CTs are backing away from this. Lucky has completely abandoned his post. Iceberg is just, you know, hoping to catch one, maybe a second player off guard. There we go. That's a big one. Won't get any more out of it. So Sashi will try to remain and save the rifles they have.
To be honest, exit damage doesn't really go a long way. It doesn't really go a long way around like this. It's the penultimate round of the half. There's plenty of money on the T side. If they killed all 3, or all 4, was the original case, then fine. Yeah, it's impactful damage. But like getting 1 extra kill there, far more important for Iceberg to just be staying alive and holding onto his rifle. That's why he doesn't overstay his welcome and, you know, go for anything more there. Because he recognizes, yeah, actually, me holding on to this M4 is way more important than me finding like an extra kill here, because they'll have more than enough to reinvest. I mean, they've got surplus cash going into this final round. So running it back, Novaq. Oh, Gabby. Okay, a much better start. I like that.
That's what we recall. Early on, they're fighting, taking control of middle as well as heaven. And you could see, I mean, Novaq pushing just so far back. Forkies and Defizer have a really difficult time to even have a safe space to contemplate what to do next. Smoke's being thrown out as well, slowing down the progress even further. And this is, I mean, already a very solid hold, and they've cleared out Red Room, so Lucky shouldn't have to worry about his backside. Worry about your front instead.
Okay. Not really sure what the plan is here for Novaq. With 30 seconds left, final round of the half, so there's nothing to save. They are just hoping that if they wait long enough, Sashi might make a mistake and either over-aggress or overstack a bomb site. The composure that we've seen from them in so many rounds so far in this map and this series, we cannot expect that. That's the 3rd incendiary to be thrown there towards ramp. They have saved all of their util for exactly this. It's a decent double entry out of Forkies. He's been a bit of a beast so far in some of these rounds in the first half, but yeah, shot right down. Becky on 16 kills, 7 deaths. He's had a good showing these past 2 maps. The series as a whole as well. Sashi will just edge ahead at the halfway point, 7-5. But to be honest, my concerns haven't been their CT sides. It's been their T sides. That's exactly what we saw on Inferno. What's in store for us? First, skin giveaway. Is it another Nightwish? No, it's a Tooth Fairy.
Oh, it's going to be Zertanov. Actually, I kind of feel like I've already seen that name. Maybe we've been casting so much Galaxy Battle that we're starting to see some similar names here.
I've seen the same winner. I've seen the same winner more than once. Yeah, it happens. It happens. We get the regulars. Yeah, Tooth Fairy's not bad.
I mean,
Do you believe in the Tooth Fairy, Danny?
this is
You're a Tooth Fairy believer?
uh, I'd love
Careful,
to.
there might be kids
mean,
watching.
I'd love to, for just the case, to get some easy money, I suppose. But the problem is, my teeth are just, sticking. They're in my mouth. They're not going anywhere. That's the problem. I can't make any money.
Yeah, but that
At least
age
not on
now,
my
you don't
teeth.
want them to fall out.
Yeah,
Kidney
I'd rather
the
have
Kidney Fairy.
Oh, yeah, the Kidney Fairy. I've heard of it. Or her. Or him. I would prefer not to face off with the Kidney Fairy, as I'm sure the incoming Sashi players very happy that they don't have to face off against any of the CTs except for Forky's. Now, he might just steal your kidney away. He has been so good at hitting heads, and that's exactly what you need.
Oh, what?
Ow, that is... Oh, whoa, what? Okay, now we can harvest their dead bodies. Sure.
Yeah. Wow. What a round from Novaq. That just flips on its head so quickly. Sashi get the entry out onto the A site. You think, okay, cool. They've got a little bit of space to get this plant down. And no, we were wrong. We were wrong. Super fast rotation there from Novaq, and they just hit every single shot, every single opportunity they take with open arms. So, second round, 3 MP9s, 2 M4s for Sashi. There is nothing besides the Glocks. The nades rain in. Oh, well, maybe a chance for a knife kill here from Cabby. I can't believe he's actually going for this, but it'll let the first one pass, but then increase his chances of a knife kill when the second comes walking down. He knows that there's another one there. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's a very good timing. Well done, Cabby. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Cabby. These eco rounds, Danny. What are they doing to us?
I mean, they're making this way more competitive than it has any right to be. Right now, Bomb Plant is looking very likely. Despite Cabby having a really solid position, the one big problem for them is that, yeah, he just won't be activated. If the players would have, let's say, made a rotate through Red Room, for sure, but why would you? Instead, you would go Donut. That was the obvious play to make if you are Novaq. Whereas Sashi, I mean, fair enough, 2 kills. Making it somewhat close, I guess. But yeah, it's good to see that Novaq, despite them fumbling initially, still able to close this out. Fair enough. 3 players left standing. It's still all right in my book.
Yeah, to be honest, that's a very good eco. That's off the shoulders of Cabby. All the weight on his back there. And, yeah, Sashi. I mean, we could, it's so easy to kind of criticize when we've got the X-ray and we can see all 10 players on the server. But then there is that kind of illusion and that mystery behind where are the CTs. But yeah, they just take a little too long there, don't they? Once they're on that A site, they actually had sort of a 6-7 seconds window where they could have planted that bomb. Didn't do so. And then it was, too late. Becky doubling up the firebomb and the bullets to take out Forky's and Defizer. Way too aggressive from Novaq early on. Trying to activate those SMGs, force the issue there on B. Doesn't end up working. Zyphon will take an entry of his own as well. This is a better start to a round for Sashi once they've got those rifles in hand. They look like their true selves.
Oh, this is a solid win to take. I can't really say what particularly went wrong on the ramp push. But again, Becky, he's hitting shots. Obviously, Cabby is not delivering the same level of performance. I mean, you usually don't expect that from a player. He managed to drop, 28 frags, I believe, on Inferno. But the fact that he's still, keeping an okay performance, 12 frags. I mean, he's the second highest rated player on the squad. That's pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. Bit of an understatement. Things looking pretty top-heavy here, though, for Sashi. That hasn't necessarily been the case throughout this series. We did sort of see it from Gabby on Inferno, don't get me wrong, but for the first time, we're actually seeing somebody majorly slacking behind. That's Xiphon, 4 and 10. Becky leading the charge. I said at the start of Nuke, he's actually had a pretty poor rating since joining this roster a couple of weeks ago, but I said he is very capable of being a star player at this level of CS, and I expect to see that out of him soon. Maybe we get it a little bit sooner than I was anticipating, but I'm happy to somewhat be proven right here. Giving us a monster performance. At 2 and 3. Even find himself the MVP of this series if they can take it their way. 8 rounds down, 9 on the horizon. Neelan, the only man. Oh, good trade.
Back up as well. Defizer, great pickup on 1. There is still a chance for him, yes, to recover the rifle. He knows the positioning of the lonesome T player. He's going to swing out wide, so great stuff from Defizer. A bomb is in hand. And right now, if you're the CTs, you got this one on lockdown, but Cabby might actually be given a chance to even recover the bomb. Right now, he desperately needs the Becky to shine. You can see that not 100% sure that there's someone coming from behind, but Becky has been spotted. There's a chance to recover the bomb and now book it towards the B bomb site. In fact, they have to do it. 15 seconds remaining, and Forky's he might just be able to stop this one. He has been spotted. So trying to get the bomb planted is going to be pretty difficult, but looks like they'll actually do it.
They still have a chance to win this, so I'm not going to jump the gun just yet, but if they lose it, Forky's has just completely thrown away this round. All he had to do was stay hidden. They'd likely, I mean, maybe they'd still plant for CT, because that's where the cover is. He'd have that opportunity to deny the plant and take it that way, the easy route. Instead, 2v1, timing there for Cabby, and he's been hitting just about everything in this series. High flash, big peak, Forky's blind, and Cabby recovers. Such a testing round, one that they shouldn't have been losing. It shouldn't have even been that close. But him and Becky pulling off the 4v2, and as I say, I can't help but feel Forky's peaking when he did there is really what sort of started hammering those nails into the coffin.
Yeah, and just think of the weird predicament we saw the T-side at. I mean, they had the bomb dropped in Red Room, and I was so sure that, I mean, what was it? 4 CT players were so still alive that they'll put all the remaining forces to make sure that bomb is not recovered at the same time. They were spread out quite thin, and I felt like that was a bit of a problem. And yeah, in that late round, Forky, I was so sure he's going to be the man of the hour to win that round for the team. His position alone could have saved the squad, but here we do see a bit of a stack here from Novaq, and Becky in for a nasty surprise, but that's also a lot of information. And I like the fact that, yeah, once he sees so many players, he knows that A-side will have no defenders. Cabby in for a great round to rank up. He would love to get a piece of the action. And Sashi don't drop a single player.
That tidier affair that I think they were hoping for against the 5.7s and armor. Now they've finally got a bit of a gap, a lead that they can start to mold into a victory. Got Cash behind them, a bit of momentum. Iceberg down to the Mac 10 here, but I'm going to try and put it to good use. And Pumpkin, that man on the AWP that causing all sorts of problems throughout the rest of this series. Only down to the M4 here, struggling to have that same kind of impact, still on single digits. There are a few players here, so not too much of a hindrance just yet. Pfizer fully blinded. What? How do they take so long to trade him? It's still just a 1-for-1. They need to take care of Neil, and they will. That all got very sloppy.
I still have the site though, Sashi. They will be more than happy to have it. The retake is on. Or with that deep smoke, no longer. But yeah, I felt like that was a pretty sloppy round. Despite them having 2 players on the side, I was kind of hoping that Novaq will still defend properly. Oh man, that was not a thorough clear. Forkis, at least he gets the 1 frag. Might get himself an AK-47 for his troubles, but this is where things are starting to look pretty rough for Novaq. I mean, they went for the purchase in the previous round, they bought up, but now money is going to be an issue. But if they actually save the free rifles, they might just have enough to reinvest, which is all right for the CTs. 7-11.
Two away from the finish line. Money still looking kind of bleak here for Novaq. They will have just about enough to come back with a buy. Forky's on that saved AK as well. Could and probably should do them some favours here. Into round number 19. Sashi just a hop, skip and a jump away. That last round, especially those initial fights on the B side, was just such a mess. That really did get scary for a moment, but getting it over the line. A couple more of those. They don't really care too much how they get it done, just that they convert. I'm going to try and crunch into mid, take a bit of space.
Cabby's now going to try to clear out cave. Surprised he's doing it by his lonesome. Doesn't have any backup. Gonna try to swing. Oh, that is some godly timing for Cabby.
Yeah, that is sick. Man advantage. Less than a minute on this clock. They're going to regroup. They're going to bunch up here towards B. Go for the hard hit. Novaq have read this wrong. They've started to pull everybody off. Pumpkin's not even going to be holding anymore. If they get the timing and walk up, they've got a free sight. They'll be executing onto a ghost. It seems like Novaq are starting to read this just in the nick of time.
Forkis is going to have to deliver this position. He's got the backup of his teammates. Tabby's going to swing out wide, and luckily he's got Lucky to back him up. The T's should definitely fight for some more control inside, especially if they got the man advantage, and they might have another round advantage. Tasman, who has been such a solid player on the T side of all places, has been somewhat struggling with the CT side, but the same could be said for all the Novaq players, and yeah, I had no idea that Lucky's also making the wraparound to make sure Sashi have this round on lockdown, and this is turning out to be a very solid performance from Sashi. We had doubts. We absolutely had doubts whether Sashi can actually secure these necessary rounds. On the T side, they've already picked up 5, and to pick up another one shouldn't be too difficult. Shouldn't.
Yeah, that is the big one, right? 5 in a row. Not going to be easy here for Novaq, and a further handicap as Neelan drops early. Forky's has managed to play through this smoke. Becky wouldn't expect this if Forky's presses. He wants to prioritise the spot onto Cabby, who for a second there entertains the idea, but doesn't commit to it enough. Becky does find himself one of his own. Spray there, Messi into Red Room. Zyphon still wins it. Forky's and Tasman might just have to accept their fate here. They'll still have a go at it. They've fought hard. This has been a good showing for this side of Novaq, and I'll stand by my initial statement, which was these guys have impressed me. I've been really pleased with the performance that these guys have shown. As a very new roster, as a very unknown roster, a team like Sashi, you know, with so much tenure, with so many trophies under their belts as individuals and as a team, to go in full 3 maps and give this a competitive go is something in itself. But yeah, won't be their day today to get it over the line. Sashi make it 13-7. And to be honest, right up until the last sort of 5 rounds or so, I couldn't tell you which way that was going to lean.
No, I'm with you, because at the start of this, third map of the best of three, I myself was thinking Novaq looked pretty okay at the end of that second map, and I definitely had hopes for them. You know, even when Sashi was winning rounds, Novaq was able to battle it out in the first half. But on that second one, I will admit, Novaq's defensive was not the best, to be fair. They faltered, and I was really surprised that Sashi was able to come out on top in numerous situations, and they didn't even have to face any economical issues on that second half. So they definitely deserve the win. And yeah, I mean, for Sashi, this is a squad that, I mean, recently these, I don't know, I was talking about past couple months, but we could go far back as, I don't know, 6 months ago. This team has been not on an upwards trajectory, right? They've been going down in the rankings, and they need every single win they can get. And if you take a look at, I mean, these past couple months in general, they basically have just been losing game after game after game. But if you see them play, like, this team has got some really good pieces. The pick of Obeki seems to be a great thing for them. And not only that, sure, they may not have, you know, that one player that you can point at, he is the star, he will carry us. At the same time, they do have a level of teamwork that isn't always seen in this level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. I think that just comes with the experience, the tenure that they have as a roster. I think Icebergs and IGL delivers that a little bit there for Sashi too. But as I say, Novaq impressing me. I think Neelan's project does definitely have some substance there. We haven't seen it so far here in Galaxy Battle, but I think they have shown it in the past few weeks. That's why they're here, right? The reason they're even here in the tournament is because they managed to accumulate VRS points by having deep runs in the PGL qualifiers and things like that, proving their mettle against some very, very good teams. So I think more opportunities and a little bit more time in the practice server, more officials like this to watch back and learn from could definitely be the answer here for this Novaq roster. But sadly, today, they're going to be moving down to the 0-2 bracket, and they'll have to fight their way out hard to recover. But I did say to you earlier, there's a couple of teams down in that 0-2 bracket that I do feel are somewhat beatable. I mentioned this in, maybe I didn't say it to you, maybe I said it in the GTZ game, but yeah, down in that 0-2, you've got GTZ, you've got Yano, you've got other teams that are on poor form. So I do think that Novaq have got every opportunity to bounce back here.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, especially when you mention, you know, squads like Yano, GTC probably not as much, but Yano definitely a squad that has been, you know, somewhat struggling in World Counter-Strike. So I definitely still see a world in which we could see Novaq battling it out, maybe getting into that 1-2 bracket, eventually maybe even a 3-2 sweep. You'd love to see it. But for now, folks, that's going to be the end of our broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Hope you enjoyed the cast. And guys, there's going to be a lot more Galaxy Battle coming right up. Be sure to follow our social media, and also be sure to check out what are some of the upcoming games happening this week, the next week, and all that jazz. So, thank you once again, and we hope to see you all next time. Have a good one.